Good evening and welcome The family service of our beloved Pekka, Langi, Manase. Warm greetings to the family, reverend ministers, friends, near and afar, also our church family. This evening we meet to give thanks for the life of Pekka, Langi, Manasseh, who has gone on before us into the world of God's eternal light. And while we are glad for her, we feel the sadness of the parting, and our loving sympathy goes out to the families. Death is always a mystery, more so when it comes unexpectedly and suddenly. Whenever it comes, it is never the end, but it's always a beginning. And we know this because Jesus went down into the darkness of death and came back from it like the sun in full strength. Our call to worship: the Lord is my shepherd, I have everything I need. He lets me rest in pastures of green grass and leads me to quiet pools of fresh water. He gives me new strength. He guides me in the right paths as He has promised. Even if I go through the deepest darkness, I will not be afraid, Lord, for you are with me. Your shepherd's rod and staff protect me. You prepare a feast for me, where all my enemies can see me. You welcome me as an honored guest and fill my cup to the brim. I know that your goodness and love will be with me all my life, and your house will be my home as long as I live. Let us worship God. Living God, you have lit the day with the sun's light, at midnight with shining stars. Lighten our hearts with the bright beams of the Son of Righteousness, risen with healing in His wings, Jesus Christ our Lord. And so preserve us in the doing of your will, that at the last we may shine as the stars forever. Bless our worship, Lord God, as we celebrate the life of your servant, Pekka Langi Manasseh. Be with us now and forevermore. Amen. Our first hymn number 92. Please be seated. At this time, the family and friends will present to us the eulogy of Pekka Langi Manase.
Malo. Good evening, everyone. Part of my Samoan, so it's English. Sorry. Now, it's always hard to lose a sibling. My first one. But Peka was a big part of not just my family, but everyone else's family. Pekka's not always the easiest person to get on with, I should know. I call her our sister because she's not just my sister, she's everyone's sister. Pekka has done everything that touched everyone's heart, whether it's here, whether it's at work, whether it's with family, whether it's with friends. Pekka was that unique person, and she was one of a kind. She's made a big impact on my family. The hard thing was that every time I get a phone call from Pekka, it would be, hey, I need some money. I got a whakalane, I need this. With Pekka, it was always, Pekka, just give me the account, I'll put the money in. That was the only thing that Pekka did for me, because she organised everything. She organised the church, she organised the choir, she organised the members, she organised everything. That's what Pekka did. Now, I don't know who's going to fill Pekka's shoes. I don't know who's going to carry on her legacy. There's 4 of us left, so we'll share it. Hey, Solly. So we will share what Pekka has put the foundation on, everything that's touched all our hearts, and we'll do our best, especially for Mum. Okay, we're there here as support. We carry on Pekka's memory, because that's who we remember Pekka. Pekka is in our memories. We always remember the good things, the bad things, the not so funny things. But Pekka always gives us memories, because we always remember Pekka. And if everyone knows Pekka, when she gets angry, it's always a 2-step with Pekka. It's a "ay" and then the scratch of the head. Right? That's Pekka. So we love Pekka. We always loved her. We love her for what she is, what she has been, and what she was. Whafta Pekka. So I'll open to my children, who will say something briefly about their auntie. Thank you. Whafta.
Talofa for family and friends I haven't had the chance to properly meet. My name's Cassandra May, Nassie's daughter, and Pekka was my auntie. It's hard to put into words exactly what Pekka meant to me. All I know is that some of my best childhood memories were of her and the time we spent, Chris and I, at Coptic Street. You were the caring auntie, the generous auntie, but mainly the bossy auntie. As kids, whenever we were playing up, you were quick to pull us in line, and we quickly learnt it was not worth answering Pekka back because it was her way or the highway. It has been so humbling to see all of the people and communities you've had such a massive impact on. I just wish when you're alive that I told you how special and how beautiful you are as a person. My husband Nicholas and I appreciate the way that you rallied our family together to make it to our wedding earlier this year in Melbourne, coordinating the family item and ensuring everyone knew their role. You were our pillar, setting an example for everyone to follow. You leave shoes which can never fully be filled. I love you, Pekka. May you rest in peace now.
Hi everyone, my name is Chris and I am Manasseh's son and Pekka's nephew. Just want to thank everyone for coming out and showing us the love for Pekka. What can I say about Pekka? Well, she's a very caring person, and if you ever have a disagreement, she'll set you right. I'd just like to say my goodbyes to Pekka and wish you a safe journey to see Granddad, because I know in heaven deep down he would be waiting for you with arms wide open.
If I knew Pekka was this popular, we'd have printed 10,000 copies for programs. Shop Pekka, full house. Whawhetai I lea lofa o lea tua. Malona anga lei I lene aso. Whawhetai I susunga o whawhengainga tau I le langi. Whawhetai whisoso ani mai I le sauninga o Pekka, a o la umoli mau o le a whaia I le whaaperetania. Tā lofa lava, and greetings to you all in the name of our Lord and Saviour Jesus Christ. My name is Anne, and I am Pekka's sister, and this is my son Tammy. Just like to share a few memories of our dear sister Pekka. These past few days leading up to today at home, just witnessing the amount of people that have come through to pay their respects for Pekka. What an amazing life she's served. It's just overwhelming to see everyone's love for her, and it just shows, you know, the person that she was to everybody and the relationship that she had with most of everyone in here. I'd say everyone. And during some of the things that were shared at home by the people that came over, you constantly heard the word connector. Pekka was a connector. You know, she brought people together. And she did that within our immediate family as well. She tried to connect us with families on both sides of mum and dad's family. And I remember Cassandra's wedding that just happened in January. Just before that, she had a knee replacement back in, I think, October. And the day after her surgery, me and Mum went up to visit her, and she was sitting in bed, and she looked at me and she said, "So, are we going to do a family item?" But in my mind, I'm like, well, I just want to enjoy the wedding and have a good time. But I know that that was her way of, she was really passionate about, the Samoa and showing the culture. So I'm really thankful for her, for connecting us with, because my brother's not really involved in the family. So it was always me, say, Peka, she did everything for all of us. She was a very selfless person. She didn't think of us, she put others before her. And she was involved in many groups in the community. She was a very, very hard worker. Her and Soli, they were never home. Like nearly every day, they were never home. They were always at either meetings or, I don't know, event or book launch or something, up at the Union. But when she was home, she was still working right up till late in the night. She was still working hard. My mum would be like, "Oh, fair, yeah, she's left a footprint in our hearts. But I remember just the week before Pekka collapsed, she very rarely said things about her being tired or anything. And she came into the house and she said, "Man, I'm really tired, I'm really tired." And I never thought anything of it. I just thought, that was just the way she was, working hard. But when I come to think of it, I think it was probably a sign that something was wrong. And so I just want to say, look after your loved ones. If something you think is something wrong, just have that awareness, I guess. And just treasure your loved ones, because you never know what will happen. Because it's been a real big shock to us, really unexpected of what's happened. But we know that she's, in the arms of our loving Father, because that's what she lived for. It was for God. So, Pekka, I'm really going to miss you. I pray for God's covering over our family, because we're going to be lost without you. But I know with your hard work for your family, the teachings will stay within us. And I just want to say, I love you, Pekka, with all my heart. Manuia lau malanga. Thank you. I'll just get my son Tammy to say something.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Terry Manasseh. I'm the nephew of Pekka Manasseh, and this is my short sentence in tribute to Pekka Manasseh. Dear Pekka, We thank you for being around with us throughout the years of support for our family and to the Pacific Islanders Presbyterian Church, such as your position as a teacher of the Sunday school, a proud member of the music group, and your legacy as a strong, loving Christian. And now that you have gone to be with our Lord and Savior, we will celebrate you and will always remember you in our memories and hearts. I would like to say that I thank you for being around with me throughout the years, looking after me and having enjoyable times with you at an early age, and helping you around if you wanted me in need of something. And that I and everyone around you will always remember you in our memories. Thank you, and we'll love and miss you. Manuia la malanga ati Peka.
This is the day that the Lord has made. Come on, Jordan. We will rejoice and be glad in it, and be glad in it. This is the day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. This is the day that the Lord has made. Ya, Pekka, lo pisila nga mo. Oi! Talofa, everyone. My name is Herbert Manase, and I am Pekka's younger brother. We've, over the last few days, everyone has come and they've shared their stories, and a lot of them are stories that I never knew Pekka was involved in. She wore many hats, very big hats, I think, because of that amount of hair that she had on her head. She would have had to have quite big hats. And those hats represented the different groups that she was involved in, the community groups, the church groups, the family groups, even the smaller groups that we don't even know of. And you know, I saw all this in the last few days through her work group and other small groups that came through. And you know, that's part of my sister that just made me proud, you know, that she said to me, you know, and just what my brother said, she wasn't our sister, she was everybody's sister, right? I'm not gonna go on for a very long time, so I'm just gonna keep it short. So I just want to share a real quick story with you guys, and this includes a very young Marceli Bekelic. So many years ago, I think Marceli Bekelic was about 2 or 3 years old. I came home and I saw Pekka there. And I said, "What are you doing?" She says, "Oh, I'm babysitting." And Marceli came out, and I went, "Oh, hello, Marceli." And she was running around. Pekka goes, "Can we go out for lunch? We'll take Marceli with us for lunch." And I said, "Yeah, sure." So we went up to Manukau, bought her McDonald's, and then Pekka goes, "I just want to go into the shop and just buy a new outfit." And I said, "Okay, that's fine." So we went into the shop, bought her this whole new tracksuit outfit. It was very pretty. And then Marceli saw a little pillow that she wanted, so Pekka bought that for her. Marceli was very happy, and we got back in the car, we went back home. I said to Pekka, "You know, that's a very nice gesture that you did." She said, "Well, if her own family can't dress her in clean clothes, then I have to." So that just shows you what my sister's like. She'll help anybody, you know, and if she helps one person, then that person will help the other. So obviously Marceli, she's been helped out by her sister, by Pekka, and now she's moving on to help her own family. So, so my Lord Bekelic family, you've done well bringing her up.
Pekka was part of that life as well. But like I said, it's just Pekka. She likes to help everyone, regardless of their 2-year-olds or 7-year-olds. She'll be there. And, you know, it's a testament to her. It's a credit to her. It's a credit to everyone that you know her. She's probably standing up there right now and saying that I should be saying something that's serious or not funny. But, you know, there's been so much sadness, so much tears been shed. I just want to bring a little bit of the funny side of it, okay? So that's me. To my sister, Anne was right. You know, there was a lot of things that she did to try and organise family events, church events, and they kind of did reach out to the brothers to help out. I was the only one that kind of helped, just to let you know. But, yeah, I'm not proud of the fact that sometimes I kind of did turn away from it. But Pekka, I'm going to miss your phone calls. I'm going to miss your the way you get angry at Lawrence and scratch your head. As I scratch my head. You'll always be remembered, not only through our own family, but everybody here and everybody that you reached out to. It's a time where a lot of us will come together. We had a discussion before today with our Dunedin family and said this is a time that we should connect, keep together, you know, in the name of our sister Peka. So I'm going to leave it at that before I actually start crying. So, Peka, Malia bang wielo malanga, vai aku le kuinga le whakalukia, wai loa, yeah, whaftail te le lava.
Church is packed tonight. My name is Lawrence, obviously Manasseh. This is my queen behind me, Michelle, Manasseh. We also have a boy that's in the army, who's 26 years old, but refuses to come back to Auckland. So, yes, I'd just like to thank everyone for turning up tonight. It's a pleasure to see everyone here and those that are tuning in online. And our ministers here tonight, family, friends, colleagues, those that are hungry, you know, just like to welcome everyone tonight. I wasn't going to get up tonight, and I came in late because I was supposed to help bring Pekka to church, but I fell asleep, and I woke up screaming Pekka's name. And I knew that was Pekka saying to me, "Get your lazy butt up." And you have not been involved in the church and the family for such a long time. Like I said, I wasn't going to come up, but hearing my brother Herbert throw me under the bus like that gave me a bit more energy to stand in front of you. What I lacked by participating in the things that Pekka did in church, family, and all sorts was whenever Pekka wanted me to be there, I was there. If there was something that needed to be taken care of with other people, I was there. She wouldn't call Herbert. I wonder why. She would call security. So it comes in many different forms of love, for my understanding that my dad has given me. He always told me just stay near the girls and wait for the call. If the call ever came, I'm sorry if it was money call, that's the wrong brother. Talk to the one that lives over the shore. Hey. So I was the brother that Pekka would call if we needed to move things, we needed to make sure that to look after mum, if there were things that were happening in the family that were a little bit shady, they would call the shady brother. And I don't mind that because we all fit as pieces within a puzzle. Not everyone's the same. But our love for our sister is the same, like what Anne was saying. Keep talking to Anne, she would just come to my house and try to have me come. And I would tell her, I'll put a chair out in the garage, we could sit and talk. And then she would look at me and say, I'm coming back. This was the attitude that I held for such a long time. But I brought my beautiful queen up so she could see, now you're involved. Because I don't have a job. No, true. Hey, take it easy. No, a couple of jabs at the back. So, it's okay. I know that Becca's in a better place. Becca's with our Lord and Saviour. She used to try and do testimony with me, with her eyes and her actions, and used to tell me, if Dad was here, what would you be doing? And I would say, I'd be playing golf. I would actually be trying to do things with what I'm doing as far as community and the work that I'm doing right now. It just doesn't pay the bills. So, Pekka, hey, now I've got to get a job because Nasi just sent me the bill. So, I just want to make sure, Pekka, I'll be more involved. I'll do as much as I can to be with Mum, because I know that Mum is saying that I need to be at church. I'm not sure if it's going to be this church, but regardless, hey, take it easy. But I know that, Jesus Christ lives in me. He lives in both me and Michelle. 5 in the morning, we do our kakalo, just like the old man. And it's a blessing for me to have known all of my family and not be so standoffish. But that's who I am, right? Love is love. And Pekka, have a beautiful trip, Mawila Malanga, and I hope to see you, not so soon, but I still got to pay the bills. No, jokes, take it, hey, don't touch me like that. No, just joking, darling. It's my queen. So I just wish everyone a beautiful night, and thank you for coming out too, because I've never seen so many people come out to church before. Since 1992. Okay, thank you very much. Yep, Lupe.
God is good. All the time. I need to read. I have something to focus on because Pekka and I were the criers in the family. Ia talofa lawa I le taitai o le saunginga, susunga, whaiwhengainga, ma lato whailetua. Ai maise pa ia ma le mamalu o le awhia. Talofa lawa. O au o le neso o whalanginga, e usuma o tina. My name is Susan Minton. This is my husband Stephen Minton, and my 3 beautiful daughters, Renee, Liana and Tiwila. Everyone's pretty much said everything that we know of our beautiful Peka, but I just have a couple of memories to share. I recall our first to'onai after the passing of Uncle Ulu, and those who knew Uncle Ulu knew everything started and ended with a prayer. So as the food was prepared, someone picked up a plate to start dishing up their meal. Pekka was quick to remind them that that wasn't the protocol. Local comes first, and to put that plate down. But it was delivered in a way that the person wasn't humiliated and the lesson was learnt. Now everybody's sitting here wondering who that person is. It wasn't me. She had a gift to speak people's language, and I don't mean Samoan or Tongan. If you were confused about something, she'd speak to you in a way that would help you understand. Our children, as an example, there were times when the message wouldn't get through in one ear out the other, and Steph and I were on the verge of pulling our hair out. Exhibit 1, you can see. So we would call Auntie Peka and Auntie Soli, and after some time with them, the girls would come home and say that they would understand now what our point was. It was always followed by a comment like, "You don't say it like they said it." So family, from this point on, we're going to have to get used to not hearing her voice, or seeing her face, or hearing her laugh. And the hardest times will be when we're with each other and she's not there. But her memory will always be in our hearts. I'd like to end with giving God the thanks and praise for his greatness and blessing for our beautiful Peka. Yeah, Peka, you'll never be forgotten. We love you so much. Thank you for your love, your care, your kindness. Manuelo Malanga.
Pekka's the performer. O te whawhiloa e atu I lo susunga I le taitai Reverend Makani. Whaape susunga e tuainga susunga e whaawhengainga ma whaiwheau ma soo se whata whai taulanga. Lepa ia o le ekalisia I Newtone nei. Le mamalo o Samoa, o poto ele nei po. O ma e masani, ai maising ai ngangalua. Talofa, talofa. Malo le soifua, maua mai le langi e mama. Whawhetei I le atua. Mole ne awanoa. Whaauro e whai ai se sina muli mau. O lau ingoa o soli te malia haifa Manasseh. He finally got it. Liusu a Peka. E pele. I lana loto. Ai whamili atu o lea whailau muli mau I le nganganga lea tania. Proverbs 31:25-26 are these words. She is clothed with strength and dignity. She can laugh at the days to come. She speaks with wisdom, and faithful instructions is on her tongue. Pekka, thank you, and that was my Samoan class 101. I just want to share with you with the many stories that we have heard since her passing and things that we thought that we knew about her, that everyone that came and fellowship with the family. There was two things that stuck out to me. Was I keep hearing her smile. Whenever she greeted someone, she was always happy. Not like me. Well, I'm happy, but, you know, my face may not show it. But she always welcomed anyone. It doesn't matter your background or whatever, she welcomed you. And for those of you that don't know who I am, I had moved to Dunedin back in '93. I did not acknowledge my culture or my language whatsoever. I couldn't even say my name right. I think I'm getting it now. And she used to, when I first moved up here, I didn't know family here, and somehow we connected. But she always stayed in contact with me. And I used to avoid things, like family things, because I didn't want to do it. Because I used to shy away from the Samoan side in regards to, you've got to be able to speak fluent Samoan or be able to do for hours and stuff like that. Pekka changed my life a long time ago and led me to Christ. The old me was someone totally different. There's a story in the Bible about a character that God chose that who you wouldn't think would become a servant of God. I don't know the story, but it's someone like that. It's sorry. I'm still on my journey. But I thank her. And the other word that I keep hearing, I remember when she passed away at the hospital, somebody asked me, if you could sum up Pekka, what would the one word be? And I said, connector. She connects, and I saw it, I witnessed it behind the scenes. I saw her obedient to God, and I saw her obedient to the community and to her family. It didn't matter how tired she was, she would still get the best for anyone. And here I am, like she might say to me at 10 o'clock at night, we have to go get this. And I'm going, are you joking? Can't wait another day, but she wanted things done straight away. That is because what I learned was, if you're set a task, get it done. Don't procrastinate. I'm still on that journey. But I thank her for many wonderful memories. I
I have a lot of memories of Peka, and for me, she will forever be in my heart. Oh, this side. In my heart. That was a joke, sorry. But, you know, she introduced me to the Mapu family. She constantly would encourage me to come, and then she introduced me to the Manasseh family. So I thank both sides of the family for accepting who I was. Who am I when I came here? But that shows the type of person that the love that she has for each and every one of us, and especially serving the Lord. I can't find the right words to express how I'm totally feeling. But I know God. I know God has, He has carried me through this. He would certainly carry me through the rest. So I lean not onto my own understanding, I lean into God. See, I remember that. So I'm not going to hold up any more time because there's others that want to talk about it. But Peka, a lot of people have asked me, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Who's going to live here? And I went, oh, it's not my husband. I must share with you, we have these funny little talks, and I go, hey, Peka, I hope one day, she goes, what? And I go, I never want to have a muli mau where they talk about these two people in the church always hung out together and blah, blah, blah. There you go. So, thank you. And like my sister Anne said, this is for anyone sitting in the audience and stuff, please self-check well-being, Don't be afraid to go and get checked out or whatever you call it these days, because there's only one of you, all right? But I truly believe God has called her home. She has over-exceeded the work that God has for her. And even though we're hurting, it's the flesh. I know that she is a much better place, which is serving in the kingdom of God with her Maker. So, Peka, manuia lau malanga, and don't worry, I'll be putting out an ad for a border. Whaftaila. Come on, Noah. Come on, Noah.
we continue with the testimonies. Please, if this is your car, JHZ 195 or J2195, please. I see someone at the back with a tow truck might be on the way. Yep.
Whawhitai, I lau susunga, I le taʻitaʻi mo le awangoa. Whaatalofa atu, I le mamalu o le awhia, le nei awhi. Susunga e whaawhengainga mo o tau whalatua, whaapea, le mamalu o le ekalesia, ai maise ai inga ai lua. Ma lo le soifua, maua ma le langi e mama, o te whaamalia atu o lo umoli mau, o le whaia lea, I le nganganga whaaperetangia. You probably can tell I'm Solly's sister, so that's sort of a bit of 101. Whatever. Hi everyone, my name is Susan Taimalia Poutua. I am the oldest of Taimalia and Celia's children, and along with my siblings, nieces, nephews, great-nieces and nephew, we are here on behalf of our sister Solly and to farewell our beautiful cousin, auntie, sister, Pekka. Watching the auntie service yesterday, there was a key theme from the many beautiful memories, messages, stories that was shared, and that was Pekka. Pekka was a connector, and how she had the ability to connect to many people from all walks of life. Our connection with Pekka started when Solly came to live with auntie and uncle. Over time, we got to know Pekka, especially when she travelled to Dunedin and Wellington with Solly. Pekka was a huge part of our family, including the wider families in Dunedin. She was very much loved. We were so grateful that our Dunedin ainga got to make loving and special memories with Pekka. She had a lot of love for her Dunedin family. Pekka was there for us through the sad times, especially when we lost our loved ones. Pekka also shared some special milestones with us, our family camp, our mum 75th in Queenstown, our niece Tessie's 21st, and most recently, our youngest sister Elsie's 50th, where a lot of our Dunedin families spent time with Pekka. Who knew that it would be the last one for us? For that, we are so very grateful we got to spend the last time with our dear Pekka. Our darling, darling Pekka, thank you for connecting with your Dunedin ainga. Thank you for your heart. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your guidance. But most importantly, thank you for loving us. We will miss you so, so much. We love you, Pekka. Ia manguia laumalanga. And now we're going to try and sing. So please bear with us.
There'll be no more tears to cry. They make me sound. Thank you. Yeah. So this is the awango for the rep from the Manasseh family to come and speak on behalf of the Manasseh family for Peka, please. And then straight after that is the Sapali'i and then the Mamea rep, please.
Ele swafa mana malo tātou ri toi tū. E tūlai e malea vatele. Soli tuina le pau tua au mafua malu. Ai ale ma malu tau e. Wa whanga poto poto. Mōli mawina sau ninga whaale ainga. O le tamaitai. Ia Peka, Langi, Manase. Ai e o tāpo inga. So lau sunga tai. E o whainga ruenga tutofi o le tala lelei. Tupu mai e. O ma au mea mamai. Ma le ma ave ese o whaatasi mai. Le nei e fiafi. E vi ia lau fio le atua. Wa lau wala au ia Peka Manase. Wa au mai ai le mautinoa. E le whaavavau na lai loa tangata whaatua tua i ti ngā o le lalolangi. Au e tuu le taime Mapu ai. Ai fo'i atu i lau o fio. I le malo longa tu mau whaavavau. Sa alofa i le seunga le toa na i le maunga o tafua o polu. Wa ifo nei malae o tu ia. Uno le wala au pa ia le atua. Ina na maa na tongi whato. Malana tau na velo i le mani noa. Lea o tu lolo nei le vao, ai ngoto le whetu au. Ua tangi whanau le tawae. Ua le lea pale, lau fui o noe, ma lau fula ulai. Lau pae tifa, ma lau ula tiva. Ua motu sia ina. Peka, Langi Manase, Sawia ina alu, ele au isa upu le whaafetai, ele mātango fie ma le mawhanawhana o le tātou mawhatanga. O winga tau sa fia, o lau tau tua matavela, o lau o na sai, loto mau lalo, ma le anga malu. O le a lea ngalo lea, ia i mātou. Alu ia nā mua mua, ia whaavanoa i lea tua se no fuanga mau. mō oe le tua whine pele. Mātou te muli atu foi, pe a o le taimi o tō ngia e le atua, mō i mātou. A le mawhitanga, se oa se tongi e le seu na langatila, ma le whaapu lou le tua lima. Ua whaamalo whai o le whaiva. Whai mai e ngase toa, ai ola pule. E moni ai fo le upu, e mana tua pule, ai le mana tua whaalaiau. Whaafetai i lau tau singa i au mātua. Na i au uso, ia e maise o tuangani. E le ngalo fo i lo wanga le lei, i lo tātou ainga. Ai wala valea, te tātou whaola e o le atua. Au lau tau tua, o te whai atu ai ma sui o le nei vaenga o le ainga. Lo ua ngā ngai, ia e whaamanu atu i le li. E tā whimala lau malanga, tātou wheloa i se aso. Tō whā, Peka, lang Manase. Alleluia, alleluia, ilenu, haia, alleluia, ilenu, haia, wala, awina. Yes, Alleluia. Ilenu. So forth.
After molo o wanoa, sungol tai, whapea tō au waa, sinaya whanginga, mana malua o whia nei aso. Au le whai se moli mau puu, u te langona o le tele moli mau o uma e whapena fu il moli mau sa o sa unia. Ale ne lava taimi. Tau whai se moli mau. O au o lo ingoa o ai lua Samuelu Mose. O lo tina e ulu matua lava i le whanau lea ale au Manase. O lona tuangane la ia ulu. Wai. Lona wingo. O le mawhai ama Peka, first cousin maua. O te malanga mau mai lava, te mo whaia e whaise moli mau. E le tele lasa o moli mau ia Peka wa lewa wa ai atu. Tele o moli mau. Ana le paua lea, o te sau mai Washington, State Washington.
tau mawhaia tuli mai, ono nei a tēne, e pele i o mātou loto. All the first cousins, leo te sau, pau ala mea leo te sau e nei, o le momoli atu o lo whaanga, mai Amerika. O le atu a text mai nei, whaitua ia Herema, mai le sunga whawhenga ia Hector, Panama, whaamole mole, momoli atu o lo whaanga au le whaiela mole mau. Leila sa umon mau, wale tele lava ios, o whalongolongo ia le nei teine, tā ua ia mātou uma, ona ia, ili e misi. O whio Amerika, whai eisi whala vilavi, aso to a o atu molona tamā, o le titi a e muli alon tamā, o uma lon tamā, le ala vei whai Peka, watu a, le watu masoli, so se mea e whai Amerika, e le misi Peka. Pau ala le mea lau te moli mauai, o lo whaanga Peka, lo whaanga ia mai o a inga umarawa i Amerika. O le whanau a so tele. Le si me o iai, o le whanau. Matua lava lo tina si maalua. Lo tina si maalua. Ia o matu uma lo whaanga nā. E le stana anga se ngafa ai ona o le lava e pito iai, ia malo 4-week rifi, inu uli Amerika Samoa, o lai whai mai whaamole mole atu matilo whanga te oi. Pito le iai, o Lupe, Manase. Lea alala atu ia alo ia whawhengainga. Ia, e whaapena whoina o mai lea ni te o sela o whasolonga o lila. O lila pa. O lo whapena vo o te loa, o lae matamata mai uma. Ala ngalo i te au, ia, o tingia o pe o latu Amerika. Moli atu o lo whaanga, ia, ele ngalo, mai sea nei teine, mai sea Peka. Ia whapena fo i whaanga o whapia, fo i sia, California, moli mera to lo whaanga. Ia o le inei alo le tonga, Manasseh, manuo, ia, i un tautanga e mil sunga, whaifi auto ina le a whengatā, Manasseh, malanga mai masiona whale tua ia rosa pae, ia masiona tofine o lama sanga o whaingofie. Ia ma, oisisi mangalo. Ia ma le whanau alo anti-whanga le i California. Ia o alolofa mai fo ia. Ia nana, ma le whanau o niva le inei malava. So tele inei whanau o niva risale. Ma te mana, e o tengia nei ia o umile mea te roi tala ngi ngawhai. E sa vea. A o le mea nana o alai no usau. O toi kangi I ka loe pese a fwoi ia. E ko inga leo pa au ma ngi. A o lo ua lof o ele ngau sau le lei fwoi ia heli mali o tamak teni le. O kangi le o I fwoi lo sau me wasin kongi al e li fwoi o I fwoi askadia. Fa me o ti le va ale la faile mali le service a ulu. Kangi lo fia iai le aso mamar me o sau. E ngau mau. O mau mai ia. O kia o mai fafo laife mo li mau. Ia, sau a sau fai lo mo li mau. Ia, le pau ngā se kala. O lo whaanga o mako ainga le Amerika lo o sau maa. Pau ale o ole o sau mamau ki nganga vave li kaimi. Mau wasu wa mango I o mai ei. Le ala o mai. O lo whaanga na Peka. O whaanga o ainga mai Amerika le o sau maa. Lai wa ai uma me ai ngai o TV po fai aku la kuno. Ia Paulia so mo ni mau. Ia manuia sunga tai. Mal au fai ngā luenga pa ia. Manuia tina ia tai maalie falanginga. Mahalo, mo walo. I matato ainga atoa o la ainga leo ulua nei. Ainga o grandmother. Sau Mr. Pali. Sau Pali umai o. Alo grandfather o au Manase umai ya. Luke fia ya. Kiminika inga yo ainga. Lea o sau. Aonge ingalo o pia kwa pi Amerika. Ele ngalo foi o tau. Ia manuia sau ninga ni nei yaso. Manguia la malanga Peka to fasa I fua.
Mbula vinaka. Fatola fatili. Le sofa malo Yesu Kristo. Sunga fa nganga, o paltua. A pe foi la fiole ne fiafi. O sofa pe la eselengano fa tuela pamatalan. A tatule fa palang. Ya. Tala Flava. For those of you who might not know who I am Pekka's favorite uncle. My name is Leuli. Oh, I've got some extras at the back here. Pekka was born just after I arrived in New Zealand, long time ago. And I watched it, grew up, and I think at the age of 3 or 4 years old, I noticed that Pekka, she was a very inquisitive and very cheeky little girl. But funny at all times. She made me laugh. Our relationship developed ever since. Pekka was a core contact of our family. She would travel half of the world to see her dad's families. You just heard that she's from Washington. Where is Washington? She traveled to America, Hawaii, Pango, and Samoa just to be with her dad's families. In the name of Father Blavis. Pekka, if you want to know anything, you can ask Pekka. She's very good. Mine was spelling. I always had problem with spelling. And when I asked Pekka, how do you spell this? She says, spell it in Fijian. So I bought a dictionary. Pekka never turned anybody away. She wanted to help everyone, especially the children. Her favorite passage was always, leave it to me. She was everything to us, including being a referee to break up arguments in the family. She used this God-given gift called free will to hear anyone at free will. Our family knew that she had many talents, but the infectious smile stood out very, very, at the most, awkward times. Her mother's favorite say was, "Kalo fai siau kam." She was a very successful person with a promising future ahead of her. However, she decided to leave us unannounced but left us with a rich legacy. She was a unique person, a very influential person as well. She loved life, for which she was destined, and truly was a very loving and selfless person, devoted to serve her families, the church, the communities. Well, Pekka, I'm sorry, I can't say much because everybody else said what I was supposed to say. Well, Pekka, we don't have enough words to say how we'll struggle to fill your shoes. Size 14, I hope. May the Lord guide you through to where you should be in place, in peace and love. We'll all love you, dear Pekka. Tofa Yemonia Lavalamulang. And thank you for your attention.
O te manatu o matua vela lava le fala. Ua lewa fwoi na wha au ngase le pa ia leo whengalo ngā le tua. Ia ai o pō maso whapenei. Ia le tu e maua. Ia ai o te le I tautala I se upu. E mo muana o whāturo wat. Le pa ia o le maru. Le sue o le sunga le whawhengenga taulang, e ona le nei e karesia. E me se foi, au ona le atua, o foi le tala le lei, tamo whanau o le nei ainga, tatu mafuta fatas, ona o le toe pō o le awhini. Ia molo tau si le fia, o lo ingoa, o sa vea o polu whaale te tau. Mai sa pāli le sa pisa tua te mai taile mai Amerika. Ia pe tau te oa e whea. Tau te o mai ato ortu sa pāli. Ia e le sa umon mauteli. Ia Peka. Paulawala o na utau nuu mai nei. I New Zealand. Fato a onu tau sanga o Peka. Ia, sa mātou mafuta, ma ulu mwharanginga. Sa mātou no whatas, ia, ana o to ina e sawa. Ia, te leta e te opara ai ai, whai a whai mātūlinga. Ia, ua, le aise me whale tongu, la uwa ai, I le tamai tailea, o se teine e āmiu le lei. A ona fōringa ia. Aro na taui leo o tau sila iai. I ona mōri mau, ma mea uma ua whola ina ie ua ma vai atu. Ia ele nā tia I whatuala mai. O re tangata lava ia marana ngā luenga. Ia leo o tau whonga iai. E whapena fwoi sa mōri mau le nei a whini. O se tangata e tau anga le lotu. So se me fai foi o la mātou ainga. Ia e muri lava I lona se māma rona tina. E la lele wha umia sa o muri mau. Ai na ona o whono whapi. I muri mau ua uma ona wholat. Ia whapena foi se muri mau ala to ina. Whai au masui o la mātou ainga mai sa pali. Ia taune ia lofa le atua. Ia tafi mala le whainga malanga a le awhine, Ia po le tua whine fo. Ia se teime o mumua. Ia ona tu atu lea sa o tō matu pala pala le pa ia o whaingaro e ngare atua. Are nei teimi nā o sa o mōni maupupu a vai au whai masui. O le ainga mai sa pali. Ia manuia rau maranga Peka. Ia manuia foi le o whaingaro pa ia le atua. Tātou maro loi le lofa le atua whaftai.
Mai noa ka kwainga. Ai se tufa. Hei. Kalau flai atu matang. Ya, e fata lofa lava mal fa ngalo. Lo suma tata. Pele. Io la fa ngalo. Suna to ina malu. Lo tu sau fa inga. A pe fo na fata lo fatu. Pa io le afia le ne fiafi. Sui fa fianga inga ma ona tu fritua. Le pa io le kanisia. Io na mainga ese. Ia ma le malu afia le ne fiafi. E le tu e faise mo mau. Ai onga o le lisi le o vai atu. Ia le o koru sa pari. Ia le nga le kasi le mamea. Le mako ainga. A maka mai pia. Le ko sila ia. Mamea. O kulei kua. Ia ua le mamea. Le ala fa ia kul pele famasi. Le bodi mau ale ainga kua di fanga. Le mamea. Ia ka ko ainga o mai ia ngofo mai ai ma fai ka ko mun mau. E va ve ai. Au le famone. Peka. O ai Peka. Ia o Peka Manasseh. Ai le ainga salma mea. Ile afe i se lau. Sfurma le iva. Na fa vai ai le maftanga nei ale mako ainga nei. Ele i sila fia el totele. Poi ai se ana mafuai. Sa ma los tele ia au mana fa naui Dunedin. Ia ma Peka. Wa so fala vela e kupul mako ainga. Ia i Dunedin. Le ko sila mai ai. I fa nau mai Dunedin. Ma tau te o la mon Peka. No ma fa wala po la me a fai. I manatu foi le tu fatasi le ainga. Ia na o manatu foi le fa pe taua o mako mataniten. Ia ona ese faltama le ia mato. Ese foi le faltama o mato ainga. Le ia Peka ma faninga. No ma fa wale po la me la fai ona e pele kele teine le va ku alfa fonga mai ale. Lo loto. Le la fa fentu ese Peka. Le me fai lavana avese. I lo ma fa. En talo i lo le ainga. Au fai lo le tu fatas. Le ainga. Ia ole. Tau sanga na le fa vai ai le maftanga al mato ainga salma mea. O tau sanga foina. Te tupe ai Peka. E o mai ia i le aso le nei. Ia o le ana se fai atu fato e senga i sunga le. To ina man mato ainga. O le walu Peka. Ainga o ia la kusi kuskupe. Ia famali aku ra kako ainga. La waru uma Peka kako kupe. Au le suea. La investi lunga Peka. Ia mo tatou. Ia ai fafitai whapupu o le anga le tele ni se fia o mai mo le mau. O le nei teni titi ia na usi le fia. Ko tele o le nei au fia. Ia. Ua lako usi le fia. Uma le a fine. Ai whawhitai tele i le fia o mai ma le tala mai o au. Mātango fia ma mau o lungai le nei e fiafi. Ia vi ia lava le atua. Ona o le nei teni titi. Ia la uso ko mako pese, ko mako woile la nga le ku mal mako pasi mama ko kwa. Gloria. Go. Das. Fa. Hepe ole oso. Hae ole la. Ua whapena lele o Peka. He te susulu whaamalama e ala ina tumala tautala. O te langi nei Lupe se ano whaanga Peka la upele ele whaanga loina oe io matone whamoe moe leo. Na tofia oe, tofia mai lunga, e whai mapo utu o ainga. Mato te o whanga, i o utafa, i taini uma o tala noanga. O te langi nei Lupe se ano whaanga mai Peka la upele ele whaanga loina oe i o maso whaamoe o le green le la e in matawai. O le langu le o le pleisa al kako o talvo. Sa mako mafuta malau talvo en po. Ya mamako pese. Sa ese le matango fier mako po en po. Ya na fai me el fana o ki koe sau. Ya o kura lunga walu ai o ya lato. Ala fala velave le watupu. O le walu Peka malo pleisa. O lo no mingala. Family hakula vertatu kalesa. O le au ngofo bei St. Luke's. A o lo fatua ya tato idei. Faftai fafonga. O nia le fiafi. Faftai na sumotoina fapela finalwe.
Before we start the next section of the Mulimaus, what will happen is there is an opportunity once these speakers come up. So in order is, we've got kind of order, and then we have the New Zealand Sunday School Union, Triple T, the Auntie CLM Career Works rep, and MP Le Maunga Lydia Sosene. So come on up.
There's heaps of you. Wow. So I'm Rob. I'm a team leader in Kaingaora. Pekka was in my team, so I'm just here to tell you a little bit about just how we got to hire Pekka and things like that, and a couple of little stories. So here we go. So Pekka, yeah, she joined us in 2022 as part of the customer program reshuffle that we were having at the time. Pekka dedicated her whole life to service Māngere, so that's where we're based, and has, as we know, heaps of roles outside prior to Kaingaora for non-profits that we know. So she was a huge, like I say, that word connector that was shared a few times tonight. Definitely, that sums her up big time. So with that, our organisation was going through a bit of a change, how we were working, things like that. So we were focusing on a lot of the well-being side of things, and Pekka was like just a clear, obvious choice for us. So yeah, we quickly snapped her up. So yeah, that was a big gain for our team. So yep, Pekka was a much-loved member of the Māngere team, and part of that was, obviously you may have heard, the Māngere floods happened in our patch. Pekka being Pekka was first to put her hand up to volunteer all her weekends straight afterwards and stuff like that. So that was, that was just Pekka, I suppose, for UA. She had to man the civil defence. I don't know if you know about that, but the civil defence thing at the rec centre in Māngere. So she, pretty much like fought off everybody else and said, I'm doing it, get out of my way kind of thing. So that's Pekka, again. So first 3 days straight, she was there. And it was really hard to pull her away and tell her to go home. So one of those times we had to actually go there, 6 o'clock at night, I think it was, and grab her and go home, have a break, things like that. So just goes to show that, she just fully dedicated her whole life to the community. For us and the team, she was always the first to put her hand up to volunteer for any events that we had going, clean-up days, and working with our local marae. So she was always, always just wanting to get out there, meet new people, or introduce us to people that she knew, because it was she knew everyone. So it was one of those things. But it just goes to show her massive heart that she had for her service and for the community. So for us in our office, we're going to miss Pekka. We're going to miss her humour, her cheeky humour, I might add. Just her quiet, measured way of approaching problems and solving them, and just applying her wisdom, experience that she brought to the role, and to all of us. Just basically everything she did. So basically just to sum up, we're so thankful for the time that we had with Pekka, and for the energy and the love that she poured into her customers and her team, and pretty much the whole community. So I think together tonight, we're grieving with you guys. It's a tremendous loss for us as well. And we'll continue to hold Pekka in our thoughts and prayers. So thank you very much for letting us talk. So, yeah.
Brought the two amigos with me, Solly, as you asked. Greetings to you all, to the ministers, to the family, and to the congregation tonight. I don't normally write notes, but I thought that, I owed it to Pekka to put something down instead of winging, as I would normally do, because you're always called to speak at various occasions. But, when my wife and I, so I'll just introduce, we've got Ako Whamwina. He's the General Secretary of the New Zealand Sunday School Union. My wife, Cassie, is one of the executive committee. And then we have Solly, and who we've got behind it? Andrea of the Education Committee. And I am Moses Anisi, also part of the Sunday School Union. But I just feel that I just need to explain a little bit about the background of what Pekka did in terms of the Sunday School Union. The Sunday School Union goes back to 1865, so it's a fairly old organisation. And we really think back then it was the passion of some of the men there, because Auckland, although it was just a growing city back almost 160 years ago, but there was a lot of things happening. Churches were actually growing. There was a lot of activity happening, but the one thing that was sort of going amiss was that there was a lot of young people that weren't going to church. And so it was the brains of a few people in the room, which is down on High Street, that they decided to form this alliance, which they called the Auckland Sunday School Union back in 1865. But, if we then sort of fast forward to today, it's that same passion. I believe that it was that same passion that Pekka brought in terms of wanting to serve in the Sunday School Union of New Zealand. And I just wanted to share a little bit about Pekka, because I feel that, although we didn't spend a lot of time together, but I certainly heard it from her when she wasn't happy. I'd be getting a phone call from her and she'd be giving it to me. But Pekka and Soli, the duo, joined. It's almost like this program. Sorry, I always seem to jump off, but I don't know where you're on the cooking program on TV. There's this couple that travel around Scotland, and I don't know, some of you might want, they travel by bike or they travel by car, but they do things together. And that suddenly came to mind when I thought about Pekka and Soli. They seem to travel together in their car. So anyway, so Pekka and Soli joined the Sunday School Union in about 2013 through the General Secretary then, who was Lee Famuisili. And because Lee thought that it was time that we started blooding through some new players in the committee. Our Education Committee started to dwindle in numbers. So Lee said that she had a couple of girls, they were referred to as girls in those days, had a couple of girls that belonged to the PIC, Newton. And I thought, oh, mate, 4 churches, PIC. Because this is the first church my dad joined when he came from Samoa back in the 50s. And so every time I hear PIC Newton, I think, oh, man, that's that church. But I thought, well, yeah, let's bring them along. So when they came along, it was it wasn't the big, porphyry and all that. It was really just, hello, who are you? So they introduced themselves. It was Pekka and Soli. And I sort of thought to myself, well, how long are they going to last? Because usually people join committees, and if they find out later on, oh, it's voluntary, is it? Then you don't see them at the next meeting. But different story, Pekka and Soli. They came into our next meeting, then the following meeting, then sort of 10 years on, they remained solid. And that was Pekka. I mean, and I've got here, Pekka's involvement in the union was immeasurable. And I just want to qualify that because that's what it was. You just couldn't measure the amount of work that she did, because she did a lot of work behind the scenes. I heard about it through Soli, through Andrea, through others, through Ako, was that, Pekka would be coming in the weekends, just making sure, and as we all know, and I've heard all the tributes about Pekka, the skills that she had a lot of skills. I mean, she was multi-talented. She said she played the piano, but I believe in the 10 years that they've had a relationship with Pekka, I've only heard her play the piano once. She says, oh, Masa, you jump on. I said, oh, okay, you don't know how to play. Fingers are not all that good. So she didn't play, but I believe she was a musician. But she had ample skills. I mean, she very creative. If you remember the 150th celebration for the Sunday School Union in 2015, but I think we sort of postponed it to 2016, Pekka was instrumental in organising the program, the design for the T-shirts. I sort of thought a bit freshy, but she designed those T-shirts. I think we've still got one. My one's probably still in a paper bag up in the wardrobe. But she was a designer. I mean, she did a lot. And I just want to just keep it short in the fact that, Pekka, we owe a lot to Pekka in terms of what she brought to the Sunday School Union. And so we had a lot of funny moments, as Solly would say. We used to ring up, say, hey, should we catch up? They say, oh, yeah, let's go catch up. And I'm out West Auckland. Yeah, we've got this place out of Mangere somewhere. And I said, oh, do you have to travel all the way to Mangere? But we'd meet up there about 7 in the morning to have a coffee and just to have a few laughs. But one thing that sort of just made me sort of, grin a bit is that, for Pekka, she always seemed to go for these small cars, very small car. And I think she actually, was it a Cube? She used to own a Cube one time. And I'm thinking, why would you be driving the car? Because what I couldn't understand is that she used to be able to pack the car out, Doesn't matter what it was. We were at the seminar out at Point England, up at Andrews School for earlier this year, and we were packing up. And then Pekka, and I said to Pekka, hey, where are these going? She said, oh, I'll just go and put it outside. I'll take it in my car. And here I'm thinking, how are you going to fit all this in the car? But she did. I mean, it's like you had rubbish bags, you had all these containers, but yep, she was, quite methodical. She could actually stack them up, and then she'll stack Solly in the car too. So I said, Solly, you all right? Oh, yeah, I'm okay. I'm amongst all that. But, human nature is that I didn't offer. I said, Pekka, you all right? You can fit it all okay? Because I really didn't want to take any of the stuff in my car, but no worries, But, as much as we, I remember Pekka. I always remember Pekka with that smile. But, sometimes if she wasn't happy, you wouldn't get that full smile. It was only about 3 teeth, I can see. She's not happy. But, no, that's Pekka. So, just on behalf of the Sunday School Union, can I just want to leave a couple of readings. One of the favourite ones is Philippians 4, verse 4. Rejoice in the Lord always. And again, I say rejoice because, Paul, even though he was shackled and this, but he still managed to rejoice in the Lord. He still found that joy in the Lord. And I think, in times like this, we've got to find that joy because we don't have that joy in the Lord, well, we'd feel flat. And the other reading is Nehemiah 8, verse 10. Do not grieve, for the joy of the Lord is your strength. Oli oli iliali'i lo malosi lea. So I just want to leave that. And Pekka, thank you for your work. You have run your race and you have finished your season well. Manuia lo malanga. And I just want to say, if you just give me a key D band, please. The joy of the Lord is my strength. We just sing that through. Do you guys sing ha 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 ha, that hallelujah bit? Maybe we do that, and then can we just, we don't? Okay, the joy of the Lord is my strength. Okay, so, and then can we, after the English version, then can we sing the Samoan version, Oli oli ali ali'i, o lo'o malo si lea. Key D? The joy of the Lord is my strength. 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 Once more in English. The joy of the Lord is my strength. 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 Samoan. Oli oli le ali olo umaros le. Oli oli ali olo malos le. Oli oli ali olo malos le. Ole, ole, ali, ali, Manase. Hey, hey.
For the next speaker, if this is your car, please there's some emergency case. Car at the back 2005, a blue Ford Explorer, JRE 409. Please, would you mind move your car, make the family one emergency case?
Kia ora tātou, maro lei, kia ora ana, maro lava soi fōrangi mā, pātaro whaitai, me whaputonga nei ia whiawhi, a maisi nei, ngā ringa, rauwhai ngā ringa pa ia. O rau suafa, o Waitangi Mika, whaangore Māori, o mātua Samoa. O le toina, mai le nuu lea, ula vale vai loa whale ata, altina, mai le nuu poro mamao leo le pā. Au, le la whai au me sui o le Triple T Trust, o le Time to Thrive Trust, mai Māngele. O le na board member le, sua whenere ia Peka. O le ruafe ma le lufu tasina board member ia Peka mai le ngaruenga le sea le. A le ruafe ma lufu dua lena, sui ma le tau tupe o le matou board, i le Triple T Trust. A le matou founder, o Mr. T po te au, whamaruru aku. Wale a toltina wale mawhaina suma iei. A roa whai mam sui e tau whai atu istamai tala. O le ngaluenga o Peka, in regards to the treasurer, a voluntary, e tusa pelena lau mai mua. A voluntary, nang o le Triple T board, e se po isi boards ma losi au le mai se local board, ko sunga ia tau backlets. And the wing of the treasurer, is so to pay more funds if I activations boat with the willa I Mangele. I put a receiver was soon my mum. Or a lot of low fire, lots of fear of Pekka. If for the Shiva or Pekka, and if you feel the willa, we're very lima. Al matou wila, e se wila, matou wila, kai pese, e mea le bike shop, ai turo atu le whapea se whali wila, o le bike hub. Ai whamaruru aku fwoi, tua wila atu nea, tene rei a sori le lima, o mor matu abno e whai matu tala, o mea na ule tau sa uni whali e. A lera tau whapea tani atu, ai e mo yon Māori, ai staimi ko te te reo atu, so le ko wha sa Māori. So, Pekka, in regards to her role with, I'm here representing Triple T Trust, or Time to Thrive Trust for Māngere. Our founder, Mr. T o te ao, apologies for him, he wasn't able to make it tonight. So unfortunately, I've been asked to say a few words about Pekka. I could say the truth, but then I'll keep to the point in regards to Pekka, her role in our board, which she came on board in 2021 as a board member through her role through CLM, and then in 2022 she became treasurer of the board, and that was her current role till this day. Part of her role, or majority of the role, is anyone on the board is voluntary. So as the brother spoke before, she has a good heart in regards to serving, which we all will, but Pekka always went that extra mile in regards to making sure that things like funding applications that, just a side note, if you're ever going to apply for a local board funding, it's best to know someone. I'm Methodist, I'm not PIC, so that's why we got funds. Thanks, Nick.
But on a finishing note, Peka, P-E-K-A, I will finish as an acronym because she brought some joy to our team. She was very honest, sometimes too honest, but that's what brings out a good discussion. And at the end of the day, it was all about the community. So P, Peka, P-E-K-A. P is for peaceful. Her approach, at times, was peaceful. E. It's definitely not an e-bike because she never used it. It was in storage for about 6 weeks. E for empathy, empathetic. There's always a difference between empathy and sympathy. Pekka always brought the positives in regards to empathy, either in a board meeting or in some of the activations that she was involved with. K, she was kind, opposite to Solly. And I don't know if that kindness extended to the Awhai Pese, but we saw that in the board. And the last one is A. A for A. It's for agree. And she's awesome. It could be O, because part of the PIC alphabet. But that's how the board sums up Pekka, using her name as an acronym. Very peaceful, a lot of empathy, very kind, and was an awesome person. On that note, thank you very much for your time. But yeah, I will finish off with a song. It's a song that Nick would love to sing with me together. Can I ask the band, do you guys have the Tagi Highlanders theme song? We are the Tagi Highlanders. Stay long or not. Me take
Talofa lava, ma lolo soi fua maua malelangi mama. Lo ingo o Bernadette Tuvio, also known as Bernie. I got a text at 2 o'clock this morning from Soli, asking if I was coming to the service. As soon as I answered yes, I knew exactly what she was going to do. She asked me to come. She didn't ask me, she told me I was doing a eulogy for Pekka this evening. I come wearing a lot of hats, not only just work through the aunties, but also personally. I am not an imposter. Pekka dressed me today. When I turned up with my green t-shirt, I see the whole family in green. This green t-shirt, Pekka had designed this for our aunties group that was made up at work. My ear lava lava is also one of Pekka's uniforms that I didn't know as her boss that she was organising for the office. And these earrings are me alofa that Pekka gave me on my mana moana graduation. So I come really nervous and really emotional because I need to do justice to my journey with Pekka and all the different roles that I had with her. I've been given the honour and privilege to share a few words about our dearest Pekka. I had to write it down, otherwise I'll get emotional and I won't cover the things that made her special. First and foremost, all glory and honour to our God for the gift of life that enables us to gather today to celebrate the life of our Samoan warrior princess. Thank you to the family for the opportunity, and I pray that God gives me the courage and strength to do Pekka justice in what I have to share. My story begins with Soli, surprise, surprise, who I met in 1993. after she had transferred from Dunedin up to Auckland to the Three Kings branch of the New Zealand Employment Service where I worked. Sawley became the sister I never had, given that I only had 5 brothers who were all younger than me. It was through Sawley that I got to meet Pekka, and since then she has been intertwined and interweaved throughout half of my life in so many ways. It only dawned on me since her passing in my reflection on her life and the times together. When I met Pekka, she was working at IRD. So back then, she was a typical public servant. Faithful, committed, pretty much black and white, especially because she was with IRD. And back then, no one really liked IRD anyway. Maybe they still don't, especially if you owe them money, but not so bad if you're getting a refund. My first impression of her was all right. Pretty scary at first, though, because she came across quite serious, especially with a strong, no-nonsense personality. Well, that's what it was like, and it seemed like back in those days, especially when you're comparing her to the likes of Sawley, who's quite the opposite. And there it began, my mafutanga with Pekka. Pekka left her job at IRD after 20 years, took a leap of faith in working with us at CareerWorks in October 2005, a company set up to deliver on a range of different government contracts in partnership with Work and Income, Housing New Zealand and Ministry of Justice. This was a huge step for Pekka and one she navigated with some nervousness. But from my perspective, employing Pekka, you can't go wrong with someone that has a heart for service, a respect to the community, and exceptionally high work ethics, especially coming from the public sector. While at CareerWorks, Pekka had worked on a number of contracts. It was whoever, wherever, doing whatever needed to be done. She worked to support sole parents into employment, placing long-term unemployed clients into jobs that they really didn't want, did up follow-up phone calls and visits to clients that were placed into employment to make sure that they stayed there, otherwise we wouldn't get paid. But I think the one project and the work that she loved, enjoyed the most, was our Pacific People's Home Ownership Program. We ran education workshops to help Pacifica people learn what they needed to do to own their own home. It was hard work, but Pekka was instrumental in coordinating our workshops, doing the admin, following up people, which was rewarded when we would get stories of many of them buying their first house. Pekka was a hard taskmaster. She wouldn't filter when it came to working with our people because she knew and saw the potential that they had. Over the 10 years Pekka spent at CareerWorks, she's helped over hundreds of people into work, kept them there, continued to support them, using her skills and knowledge of IRD and Work and Income. She ran many workshops and helped educate hundreds of people in the process of owning their own home. That was the dream. We had so many people come and work for us at CareerWorks, with many of them coming through the organisation and moving on to other work. Many of them just happened to be some of the Manasseh and Taimalia family. So not only did I get to meet Pekka, I also got to meet many members of Pekka's extended family. That was alongside members of my own family, which included my dad. He idolised Pekka and her commitment to the church, to the Old Lokum, the Old Talavo, Sunday school, and her musical ability, especially playing the piano, as my dad was musical himself and led a choir at his church. While at CareerWorks, Pekka was the mobiliser of people, bringing them together, doing what she wanted them to do like little soldiers. There were two non-CareerWorks events that I remember, clearly where Peka called in the PIC troops, included Whataui, Toi, Eseka and Co. They were the first ones who took the Dunedin Samoan group for Polyfest one year, and we all did that during work time. And that was the year that Dunedin College took out all but one of the sections in the Samoan group. The other one was when Peka had rallied the PIC girls, bringing them together, performing items for one of our friends' wedding, all the way up in Mitimiti, near Kaitaia. That is the power of this mighty woman in bringing people together. Peka had moved on to quality education services for the next 3 years, but as our lives were intertwined on a personal level, she was always around with Soli when it came to our family things. A change in career saw me move to CLM Community Sport, where I was the general manager, and it was the opportunity to use sport to engage with our people. It was then that we seized the opportunity to employ Peka in late 2018 as one of our community sport advisors. She was awesome at her job, doing what she did best, connecting, networking, building relationships, and so much more. She was an advocate and champion of so many activations and initiatives she supported, and will be best remembered for the legacy she leaves behind, the Aunties program. While I might have had the idea, it's only an idea unless it's executed, and that's where Peka owned it. I was sitting in these seats and recalling a time that Peka was doing some work with Kāinga Ora in the Albert Street neighbourhood, and Peka would go in her car, pick up these kids and take them to the pools. She would go out of her way to make sure that these kids had an opportunity. The Aunties program was about supporting Pacific Island women to be active anytime, anywhere, with anyone, any way they wanted. They just had to be moving. What started back in 2019 was a small group of women who designed what they wanted, has grown into a network of over 200 mighty aunties that have been connected through this movement over the years. And holy heck, one thing that I've learnt with these women is that they're really, really competitive. When there is a prize at stake, whether it be reputation or the one standing up there saying you lost the most weight, these aunties were so motivated. There are so many stories of impact that none of us could have predicted would have come about, and the impact on so many women across Auckland, New Zealand, and even in Australia. For those aunties that are here tonight, Peka, who was the champion, the matriarch of the Aunties program, has left a legacy that we all have a responsibility to carry on. Let's not let her efforts be in vain, and do justice to the sacrifices and works she has put into this program that connects us all. Peka left CLM Community Sport less than a year ago, went to Kāinga Ora, where we knew she was going to be amazing. She continued to be present in my life. I can't even envisage what it's going to be like moving forward. Before I finish off, I want to acknowledge and thank Peka for all that she has done for my family, my dad as she rounded up the troops to come visit him when he wasn't well, especially in his last days. You are such a selfless woman of God, undeniable heart for service, tireless worker that never rested, always caring for others. Some of you may not know, but while Peka was working at Career Works, she suffered a mild stroke, which she was faithful and resilient in overcoming to return to full health. I thought the same thing would happen after her heart attack, and I was waiting and waiting for her to arise. But she didn't. Not in the way I had expected or wanted her to. Peka, no words could ever adequately describe the sense of loss and grief we feel about you leaving us. But we know you've lived 100 lives in the short time you were here on earth with us, and therefore have duly earned your time to rest and just be still. You are clothed with almighty strength and dignity, and you have no hesitation in laughing without fear of the future. Go forth and claim your resting place until we meet again. Alofa te le atu, manuia lava lo malanga Peka.
God is good. All the time. Lau sungal tai tai. Haftai lava mole avanua. Ai meise le au whainga luenga o le atua. Tai nane foi le ainga whaanua noa. Tina ia whalaninga. Usa matua ngane. Pa ia o le ainga tele. Tulauna le pa ia whaatawha o le mauta nei. Le malue malpaia o le ekalesia. Le ekalesia pele ya Peka. Se uso po se wo ai mātou. Ona winga whaangalonga tā. Tau sa awhia. Loto alofa i so o seisi. O loo mana o mia se fsoswani. O tau pa ia malu o le ale o yes whaamatalanga. A wā o pa ia lawe o le whaavau. O lo wingoa o le maunga le ria sosene, mai mangele. O le alau tū lai, a taimo le avanoa, i se whaamatalanga a wā le uso ia Peka. Sina whaafatai, puu, sulau o le a whaaperitania. And in the interest of time, a lot has been covered by my colleagues from Mangere. So I'm from Mangere, Le Maungalari Sosene, and also my sister Trisha Tautali. And we just wanted to reflect a few words with our maftanga with Peka, which actually goes a long way back, actually in the 80s. We met Peka when one of the brothers from this very church, Lea Fionga ya Tangaloa Peter Su'a, was choir master in my parents' church, Papatoi e Whakasa. Well, Tamaya Ulu used to bring Peka to piano lessons every Saturday. And so much so that our journey began way back then in the 80s. Fast forward to a number of projects that Peka was involved in with Tangaloa and Janice all those years ago. And Peka was one of the students, one of the piano, one of the choir masters with many others from PIC Newton. But when Tangaloa Peter Su'a was based in South Auckland, many of PIC Newton and other churches came with Peka, long-time residents with their family in Mangere. Those piano lessons went over a few years. And then we all met again when we all worked at Inland Revenue, and I've just heard Bernie reflect on Inland Revenue, so I don't need to repeat that and Peka's life there. And then Peka was a community leader. You've heard her work career pathway, and she did many projects. So she did many projects that her family knew about and friends. She also helped many of us, and I do want to acknowledge the brother Tawanu Nick Bakalich, who's sitting down there. Where you saw Tawanu, you'd probably see Peka and then her sidekick, Zoli, who would come along with her. One of the projects that we were able to work on was the Lopsy Choir. Tangaloa came along to some of us for White Sunday way back about 20 years ago, said to a whole lot of us in Papatoia Whakasa, you guys need to come and help these guys. It was a CD dedicated to Tamā, Lea Watea Sio, whilst he was alive. And that was really a good project for all the people to come together in those choir, because Peka had a real love and she was so talented in her music. The bike project that you heard Waitangi just talk about, he said that Peka didn't get on an e-bike. That's actually not true, because a couple of years ago, when I was on an e-bike in Mangere, Peka was mocking me about getting on an e-bike. So when I saw her on an e-bike, I mocked her back. And the last thing I wanted to share was, you've heard from Kāinga Ora, you've heard from Bernie and her work life. Peka was heavily involved in the Mangere evac centre that we set up. We just closed that down about 6 weeks ago, that Tawa Nu'u and ALF and all the local board were involved in, but also many community leaders. We fed over 22,000 people in that short time of 3 weeks. And one of the things that stood out for me with Peka was that T-shirt that you guys are wearing, because she wore that. She wore another green T-shirt with Kāinga Ora plastered all over it. But the warrior and woman of faith person that she was, she just needed to help and wanted to help so many people, because so many people's lives were affected by the flooding. And one of the things, when I look at that photo of Peka, that reminds me is, it was really difficult for her to house some of those people because of the circumstances, but that is the smile that she offered to many people who were at a real crossroad about where they were going to live because they were affected. So just as I wrap up, I really wanted to say, whaatai tele lava tina, awa o se uso, e esele te leo lana ngaluenga, e esele te leo lana whaatuatua, ai maise le loto alofa, ai mātou umai. Tūsa pe ainga pele ai, o Peka lavela esele loto alofa ai mātou. And on that note, thank you for the opportunity, for the short opportunity, given that we've had so many speakers tonight. It was important to reflect, as a woman of faith, as a woman of God, Peka, your legacy will live on. And I'm not sure if your brothers realised, but you shared a lot about your brothers to some of us who didn't actually know them. Funny stories that I won't repeat. But I know that, Solly, you're in good stead. You've got Whetawi and all the girls around you, and you've got Mum, and they will keep you. And one of the strongest gifts that Peka had was her meekness. When you needed something from Peka and she couldn't answer, she'd say, as I've heard one of the uncles say, leave it with me. But her meek and her quiet spirit, that was a strength that she held and that she offered to everyone. Whaatai lava mole awanoa ole a wha o mātul mā moli mau I mā pese tasi le whai upu whaatai.
Loa lofa le atua o se tangi nei ai liu liu ano ma ya ia fa a hola ya te Yesu ia alofa ina fa amanga
Hawhatai le sunga le taitai mo le havanoa. O pa ia o le sauninga, o le a le toe o e aise whaamatalanga. Ua maea o na pailanga o le mamalu a fio mai. E to'o to'o ua muamua atu. Ai o te ofo alofa, ma whaata alofa atu, i le mamalu ua poto poto mai. Ma loa a fio a lawa ua maua. E le whaiti iti le inga o le atua. I lona pule ua sauni ai le nei afi afi matangofi. Lea ua tātou poto poto whaatasi mai. E whaafetai le atua, i le soifua ngalue, a lana au auna, ia Peka langi Manase. Ai ona sai mai, o le a whaaperata nia lata moli mau, ona o malia na mua nanu i Samoa. Talofa lava and greetings to you all. To all our ministers and their good ladies. To all the different groups Peka had put her heart into. To all the families and friends who have travelled near or far to attend our sister Peka Manasseh / Moa. It's a beautiful service. Please bear with me as the Aotearoa was Peka's heart, and I may be a while because this is our final opportunity to share with you all her hard work and service she did for her beloved Aotearoa. I also know that if I miss anything, she's always the first one to come up to me afterwards and say, "Look, you forgot something." So even though this has been the hardest eulogy to write, I will do my best to honour our dear sister on our behalf of the Aotearoa. My name is Lupe, and I am the secretary of the Aotearoa, the group that Peka was born and raised in. Tautua I le atua ma le whaamaoni. Serve the Lord wholeheartedly was the motto Peka used while faithfully serving as a loving member of the Aotearoa. The Aotearoa was formed in the 70s. Her late father, Whaalua Ulu Puai, and her mother, Taimalia Whalangina Manase, were one of the founding members. In her early teenage life, during the 80s, she became an official Aotearoa member. It was during this time that she was exposed to the various PIC Aotearoa choir competitions, annual sports tournaments, our in-house anganu'u and Samoan dance competitions, and attending besses and church on a weekly basis. This was our norms. We had no social life. This was our social life. In the 90s, Peka officially became a pianist for the Aotearoa, while her real passion and talent was in teaching and conducting our songs. This was accompanied by heartfelt tears as Peka was often caught up in the spirit of praise and worship. Or it could have been tears of frustration at certain choir members who would sing out of beat, off tune, or not watching her hand signal and then missed their cue. No name mentioned, for Tawai. Her patience was tested, especially with our bass singers, who will be taught just one line, and by the time they sing the song, they have already forgotten their one line. Just like her sister, who's in the altos, who likes to distract others and sing her own a cappella part. Right, Soli? During these 2 decades through the Aotearoa, Peka was able to experience some special events. For example, first Christmas in the park, which was held at Mount Smart Stadium before we went to Domain. Symphony Under the Stars, TV3 opening ceremony at Rangitoto Island, Black Grace Productions, Pasifika Festival opening ceremony at Western Springs where no one was watching us. singing along Sir Harold Morrison at World's Leadership Conference at Aotea Square, and TV2 ad where if you blink, you'll miss her, and just to name a few. This was when we thought we were celebrities. Pekka was also an avid sportswoman. She played kirikiki, netball, volleyball, tug-of-war, and participated in athletics. Okay, maybe in the three-legged race, as she needed spare knees. She would always turn up to ka'alongas with a big smile, whilst carrying our secret weapons, the red and white kirikiki bats that led to many victories. Hey, hey? Oh. Okay, let's try this again. Hey, hey? Oh. Pekka was the best kirikiki shortstopper. Her signature move was to not catch the ball with her hand, but she had a quick eye coordination and small enough feet to slide across and stop the ball in time with the help of her MC Hammer flares. She was definitely untouchable. Pekka was also a talented netball player too. Her and her sister Nera captained the world champion team, Alpha and Omega. But she decided not to pursue a career in this sport, as she didn't want to outshine her sister, Kumalinga Vangana. One of the memorable events in the 90s will have to be the inception of the Matangofia group, who won, oh that's right, you only won one line, the Faleiku. Let's put this to rest now. Can we have a moment of silence? Thank you. One of her father's and Pekka's many talents were composing music. These were evident through the various medleys that we performed over the years for birthdays, weddings, anniversaries, and other church milestones. She was also the dedicated guitar holder for Whetaui. Other milestones were trips to USA, Wanganui, Rotorua, Samoa. But the trips to America, Hawaii back in the 90s will always be number one. In the year of 2007, Pekka availed herself for leadership roles. She took a leap of faith and accepted the role of treasurer. She held this office for 7 years. The following year, she was voted as co-secretary alongside Ane Asafo, and again held this position for another 3 years. She was organized, she was punctual, open to ideas, committed, and always available. Her later years were spent mentoring the new laulau and supporting them when needed. She was an active committee member and was part of our finance team for our Aotearoa 50th anniversary. Pekka was passionate about all things Aotearoa, but also had FOMO, fear of missing out. She would always volunteer in every way possible for our committees or events, and when I raised concern to her about overcommitting and her health and well-being, she simply said, "Lupe, you can never stop me from serving. I will serve until I say no." This is the Pekka we know and respected. She had high standards and high expectation of us and challenged us to rise to the occasion, which could lead us to get a grounding from our parents, which we did. She was more concerned about our spiritual growth in her last few years of service. We started our Young Women's Fellowship group after the COVID, and this was a safe space for us women who could share our struggles and our journeys as Christian women. Our Friday nights, Aotearoa gatherings, will never be the same, knowing that you will no longer be seated at your usual spot, the end of the second or third row where Lawrence and Tori are sitting, with both hands tucked under her and leaning forward in her seat during our practices, or seeing her messages that she posts on our Aotearoa group chat. Pekka, you were a sister to many, another mother figure to our children, and a beloved daughter to our parents. Which is why your passing has impacted us greatly. We will miss your humble spirit, larger than life smile, and your warm greetings at Aotearoa. But we'll remember everything you have taught us, and most importantly, to always serve the Lord wholeheartedly. Pekka, you were with us on our last Friday, even though we asked you to play the piano, you probably didn't want to. And then we did John's program. Don't know what happened there. Even though it still hurts that you have gone to be with your Maker, we rejoice in knowing that heaven has gained another angel. Please watch over us and your family. Please give Soli a new voice, as we will do our best to tau tua I le atua ma le whaamaun. Ia maua sono whaanga mau I le langi. Tātou te wheloa I se aso uso. We love you, Pekka. Whatai ma le avano.
I le mamalu le sauninga lo sunga konsaki makani malo faleto ia whaavaina. Le mamalu o whaawhiangainga mo lato faletua le ainga whaanonoa ia male e kalesia tone. O lo ingoa ma sile baculage tu wheao. O le moli mau nei, o le moli mau o le combined Sunday school. Whaamangalo mai o te whaila o moli mau I le whaabertania. Greetings to you all. My name is Masile Bekulage Tufeau. It is my honor and privilege to speak on behalf of the Sunday School, our chair, Reverend Kontiki Makani, patron Sepora Filo, Secretary Darius Apulu, Treasurer Soli Taimalie, and our teachers and all our kids and their parents for our dearest Pekka. Pekka has been a long-serving teacher. She started an intermediate department and then became the head of department for junior high and still was until her last breath. In her many years, she has held positions in Sunday school and enthroned the worship team and has been our Sunday school treasurer. She did try to resign a few times from the position, but no one else wanted it. So as Pekka does, she carries on. Until finally this year, she resigned. But to her surprise, it was taken on by Soli. So technically, she was still the treasurer. Auntie Pekka, to many students, has broken many hearts this week. Students of Pekka, past and present, have shared similar stories. She was loving, she was kind, she never had favorites, she loved everyone equally. Pekka was passionate about Sunday School Union exams, and her students can testify to this because her coaching classes usually took 4 hours. For us teachers, in our meetings, Pekka never wavered. She often expressed how she wanted us to continue to work together with the wider church and cared about carrying on traditions. She was old school, and we were blessed to have her. On a personal note, when I became the head of Sunday school, she would affirm me, often message me or talk to me straight after meetings, saying what I did well, and then also some of her favorite lines to me, Sele, don't you ever say that again. For those of you that don't know, Pekka has had a huge part in my upbringing. As Herb has said, the Manasses and Lily Funnels are our other families. I used to think I was safe to play up at church when my family went around. But Pekka got me good one day. And so I knew, okay, I'm safe when my family and Pekka is not around. Good luck. She was always at everything. No matter where I've been in life, she's been there. From a young age, I've always called her auntie because of her status. And that's the status she holds in our family. She has the respect of all elders. and she has relationships with the younger generation. Pekka is one of Newton PIPC's engine rooms. She is what makes this place a home and not just a church. In recent years, she has really taken me under her wing, showing me how things are done, what to do, why I should do it, and always reminding me to be respectful and know my place, the Pekka Book of Life. Auntie Pekka, we can't thank you enough for your service to the Sunday school and your special way of guiding children to Christ. Your passion for excellence, the love you have for this church, your attention to detail with our accounts, that was always balanced, except for one time, she sent me 500 3 times. That was a blessing. That was a blessing. So from all our Sunday school, our teachers, we love you and we will miss you. We have huge shoes to fill. Your work will continue on through us all. And from me personally, I love you, Auntie Pekka. Thank you for everything. Manuia lo malanga, e lenga lo oe.
Au te mua I whaatalofa atu, I le pa ia lasi o Samoa, wa au fia, o tau Sama whaingata, o le au le o iai, a wā o pa ia lava ia, mai le vavau e o i le whawavau. Ona e whilongia le tātou whatasinga, le la whawau pēr se moli mau I le ngangana o Pālangi. I just want to clear up one thing that Herb forgot to mention. Now, the clothes that was Pekka brought for Marcelle at the age of 2 probably could have fitted Herb at the same time. Pekka, Bex, or on a good day of Kilikiki, she was Pekka. Needless to say, there's been many tears these past few days. I don't know how many times I read this eulogy. And I read it to make sure that tonight I could read it without having to cry. My eulogy will include Pekka's contribution to the wider community, and in particular her involvement with her beloved Mangere, of where she was very proud to come from. Yes, Mangere, where we like to remind people that we are the gateway to the nation, land of the young, beautiful and gifted, home of world champions, the Gallagher Shield and Siva Afi. And it is on that note that I bring a message of sympathy to our mother, Kei Malie, my brothers, my sisters, to the family from the office of the Monaco Ward Councillor, our Filipaina, and the office of the Mangere o Tahu Local Board, of which both are familiar with Pekka in her community dealings. Firstly, on a personal note, I wanted to divert to some lighter moments and memories with Pekka, like the time in Samoa when Alo and Billy locked Pekka in the toilet, only for her to reappear in front of an audience of giggling onlookers. If you ever saw a Samoan blush, it was on that very day. Or the time in Samoa where she was sent on a blind date. It did not end well. And it was from that time that we thought that no man would be good enough for Pekka. And she was then assigned to what we thought was the Spinsters for Life Club until Nera had other thoughts. Over the last 35 years plus, Pekka has been our constant, attending every significant family event, including our weddings, birthdays, graduations, and family funerals. As young adults finding our way through life, Pekka has been our source of security, and she was our sensibility and moral compass. These were two important necessities that we needed when doing outreach in the nightclubs during the 1990s. Especially when it was the difference of us getting past the doorman or not at the Lupe on K Road, who happened to be none other than Whaumui I Pekka. It has been a lifetime of memories, particularly in this place, our spiritual home. Pekka's intelligible nous meant that she was well versed with the social and local political landscape. Pekka quietly went about connecting with decision makers and was equally comfortable in engaging with the corporates and those on the coalface of the front line. Her deep reach in the community will be part of her enduring legacy. As mentioned, in recent times, Pekka was a familiar face at the Mangere Civil Defence Centre. She was there on day one, ready to serve and ready to help. Who better to represent an organisation during a time of natural disaster? As we've heard, Pekka had held many roles in the local community. Her efforts will be long remembered in tackling Pasifika health-related issues for women. I have encountered on a number of occasions where there has been panic in my own household where a person whom shall remain anonymous jumps out of her seat realising that she has missed a late-night Zoom meeting. I'm thinking, what could be so important that so much angst and rush has descended upon our house? I thought it must be a meeting of great concern to our national security, especially when it's at a time when most families are preparing to call it the night. Out of my curiosity, I walked past our study only to hear Pekka's voice and her addressing what must have been a captain's meeting of an auntie's challenge. Such was the regularity of these meetings that I have now referred to these challenges as the road to the Olympics. Pekka had an incredible resume of public service. At the retirement of the late Reverend Leo Si'itia as patron of the Auckland Secondary School's Kilikiti, it was Pekka who had us volunteering as umpires for a considerable number of years. This is largely due to Pekka's pull and mana that she held amongst us. We have seen the online tributes on community pages from the many whom Pekka has had a hand in helping their situations. In closing, all I have to say is thank you, Pekka. Thank you for your immense loyalty. Thank you for upholding our traditions, protocols, and values of which you reminded us not to lose sight of. Thank you for remaining staunch to us wearing our whites at Galongas, and that there is always room for a good sing-along and a lape to raise the spirits of our players. When will we ever forget you, Pekka? O a whea e ngalo ai oi. You all but ensured the legacy of our forebears would continue and live long into our lives and for the generations to follow. And as I look at Cassandra, Chris, Joe, Liam, and Tammy, that would be so. Send our love to the many who have gone before, especially from our generation of green blazers whom we continue to remember. The late Tangalo Peter Sua, Se Alofi Vaiafi, Taua Langa Aya, Olga Milford, Talosanga Frank Lele Ifano, and Pei Whawhetai Amitunai. Ia tafi mala le malanga to fine. Mao se no whanga le moata o tātou tamai langi. So fua.
Can we sing, this is the day that the Lord has made. Rap for Jesus. We will rejoice, we will raise up your and be glad in it, and be glad in it. This is the day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad. Come on, Peka. This is the day that the Lord has made. Thank you very much. Are we all smiling for Peka? Yes, you're very tired of fear. Yeah, anyway. Sorry. Yeah. Whasanga e au mata I maunga, e mau mai e lot fisosoani. O lot fisosoani mai lea lii o Yehova. E mua ona whaatuloa atu le pa ia, o le malu o Samoa, e ona tūlanga whaalupe. Le au whainga luenga pa ia le atua, ma lato whaletua. Ma le pa ia la silasi o le ne e ka alesia, pele le loto tato ia Peka, ma mato uma. Ai mesil pa ia o le ainga whaanua noa. Tapua I maia o le a whaia se sao le a whionga tamaitai, ti a kono, pe o le uso tu ofe ia Peka, Pakeka, oh sorry, Langi, Manase, talofa lava o lau ingoa o whataui ma le mau I linga noa sio. My earliest memory, I'm just going to go straight into English because you've mostly said everything about my sister, my church sister, my good friend Pekka, is when we were in the marching. We were only little, probably about 5, 6, 7. We were in the marching. We used to have marching down at Beresford Street. And a lot of the parents that are here, like, I think La Salo, if he's here, he was the drummer. The man Meuli, he had the whistle. And Pekka and I would always crack up because he'd go, change step, change step. And he always said this, but a whole quick march. Oh, and Ipukau, all of them were all in this marching. My sister Selina, a whole lot of us. So that was the joke Pekka and I had when we were little kids with the vanganas, and I think the amituanais, the vanganas, that's Robert and Felila and Koke. Anyway, so let's cut that short to about now. There's so much that I've cut out of our eulogy. And yeah, so Pekka, as we all know, was a connector with connections that ran far wide, and she brought all our brothers and sisters. You know, in every church or every family or any generation, you have that generation that's gone from church. Hey, Lawrence. Yeah, so it's gone from, but Pekka was the connector, right? She connected us all. So she got a hold when, Pekka will get a hold of everybody that used to be in the Aotearoa. You know, it doesn't matter whether you've married into other churches or gone to other churches or having sabbatical leave or your own annual leave. Yeah, she will be that, like Jesus. She'll go and get that one sheep back into the flock. And that's what she did with all of us. You know, and, because there are times, I'm still here at Newton, but still on the this leave. But if I can get up here, I can get to Bess's now. So, yes. Yeah. Oh, give a hand for Jesus. Come on, give a clap for Jesus.
So, what else was there? Regardless, yeah, did that. I'm going to make it really quick. She put, yeah. So we all know that Pekka did pastoral care, eh? She just, you know, one time I met Nginga, I went up to see Whale Nginga, she goes, I said, "Whai eke?" She goes, "Yeah, eke loa whatau." And I said, yeah. Pēr wale lea ngofu whale. Then I said to Nginga, they're busy. And now we know, look at all the people that love Pekka, not just Pekka and Soli, right? Without Pekka, you know, Soli was, you know, Soli needed Pekka and Pekka needed Soli. So now Soli's got Lawrence. Yeah, give a clap for Lawrence. Pastor Lawrence, amen, Jesus, thank you, hallelujah. She loved to sing, she loved to act. She could dance, she loves to dance. She had a love for sports, you name it, cricket, we played cricket and, you know, sometimes, Pekka, she's on the shortstop, right? I was the se iulu, se vai. E kero, e mai ia ole le wha'i le whai tu lo lava, e whai le aonga, for kiki. O vai aku lewa ko moe, mai Pekka on the shortstop for cricket. And I go, and I go, hey, and Pekka goes, oh. Just to wake up, hey, Pekka. But yeah, like Pekka would help me, she could write songs. We wrote songs and medleys for years. We've performed at a lot of birthdays, anniversaries, weddings, you know, and then that's how I became really close to the Manasses, because she started saying, "Oh, Toes, we got a birthday. Oh, Toes, somebody's maliu." And I went, "Oh, yeah, okay." So go over and help until my mum said, "E kere loa," say no. And then I said to my parents, my dad, Reverend Sior, and his good wife, Mum, they would say to me, like, "Can't you say no to people?" You know what I said to them? "You never said no to people." You know, and that's what Pekka was like. Always yes, 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 and go and help. So in saying that, whenever we performed anywhere, I would always get Pekka to say the opening speech, because she had a good way with words. But, you know, she was so respectful, and she'd go, "Toes, you should do it. You should open it, because you're the oldest." And I said, no. Thank you for your respect, but you do the speech, so she'll do it. So I thought, ana whaingoa, Pekka ana whaingoa oi o mātua, i le ngoa, se ngoa pālangi, wa o whaapefo. Whaingoa oi a Constance. She was always a constant encourager. She was a constant churchgoer. She was a constant sister, a constant daughter, you name it. That's your name now, Sister Constance. I can hear her now. She goes, "Toes, come back to church." Yes, thank you, Constant. Okay. She was loyal. We all know Pekka was loyal and was a perfectionist. I'm just going to tell you this one story. It's so funny, but wasn't at the time. So one day we performed at Manhattan, and it was for a golf international. I think some of you are laughing, you know about it. For International Golf Samoan group. So we performed there, and there's a usual group of us that performed, and we knew this medley inside out. However, there were another two people that performed with us that never, they didn't really come to a lot of the practice. However, oh my gosh, that performance, and it's in front of the whole international, at the end, it was real fumfa, excuse me. At the end, Olu, because Dad pulled me to the side at Manhattan. He goes, so. I went, yeah, oh no, I'm going to get in trouble. He goes, "Oinga whai a koe, whaasiva awa inga lai ko." And I said, "Oh, they've been to 2 practice. Ko ke loa siva, kai maka ngā kele." And then I went, oh my gosh. So we went home to that place where we debrief. Pekka saw them laughing on the table. She just opened the sliding door and she told them straight, "That was disgusting. I've never," and so what I'm trying to say here is that she was a perfectionist. So she gave her perfect love and everything to God, right? So at this time, I'm just going to finish it off with, I know a lot of you know this, it was a song written here. Peka, Manguela Malanga sister, we're going to miss you, we're already missing you. I'm not going to cry now, I'll probably cry when I don't see you back at Bessesel. But if I'm on mole, o se tua so ta te whatofa, te mana tua, le whatofa tu whiti, ya tu imanu a, tu imanu a, tofa soifua, o le ate we love Fatu Malo Mama. Okay, thank you. Yeah, manguia kako sauninga. Yeah, o umalo kako wolo ai so tai lava male sauninga. Hey! Oh! Yeah. No more eulogies, let's go.
Thank you, Totos.
Thank you, Nina.
So, time is cracking on. It's after 9:30, but we know our sister. It's open floor, but please, I ask respectfully, if you come up, if we can be mindful of the time. We still have a program to get through, but as you know, Pekka, she would not want anyone not to miss out, but if we can just kind of cap it to 3 minutes. All right then. Thank you. Open floor.
That crowd over there, they're wondering what the heck is Mama doing up there? She's the one that made Pekka cry the most. Pakalopala yati ki mtolwosi, ke hengoa whakalifu e hata utolu, e iki ko Yesu Keriso. Ile swafa, ia mamalu marisisi esi o trato wali o Yesu Keriso, o te whata alofa atuai, ile pa ia lau whainga luenga le atua, Morato for the tour. On fire on tato, away for Tassi, Lene, Yapi. Papere Paella Silasio Samoa, on fire on tato, away. Moli Mawina, the matter of fear, Ole Soifu, Fuina, Male Soifu, and Lua Peka, the Paia, Male Manu, Aina, Lua. Olo Wingoa, Ole Ato, Ole Sa, Yvonne Purcell, Maya Brown. Te tono nei au lotu o mama. O mama. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will not be afraid, for your rod and your staff will comfort me. And I know, Taimalie, you are feeling that comfort. After the service on Good Friday, we went to put up the tent at Taimalie's house. That was when she said to me, Mapu, I want you to do a molimau for Pekka. I said, Taimalie, you told me a long time ago to do a molimau for Ulu. I waited and waited at the family service. I waited and waited at the funeral service, and I thought, what be better along the way? I'll not more mau oka. Lela, half-tie yatu, oile usapelita, Taimalie. Matu toi watu fo ile as, whainga lotu le kalesia, ile pole son fontaine. Ya, masisiva siwa foi toi fai mai, Mapu, awane nanu sa moli mau ya Pekka. Yeah, I want to mail there what Fayele open while your masani name the open invitation. Illegally seal name. And yeah, well, lo is only pet of fear tangate in a faita mali and file no more mouth. Yeah, I'll shall tell a to my Lord John. Ile Kirismasiole Tosanga 1981, Reverend Lewis Siok had our first Sunday of the month meeting, and he told us, I want us all to go to America. Oh, if you were falling asleep, you thought the meeting was boring, you sat up and listened. He said, I have organized our fares, I have organized everything for you. And everybody was thinking, oh, because I want to take all of you to America. And it was easy for Tamar, because he had the Murphy brothers, the one that built that hall next door. They had a travel agent up the road here in K Road and a fish and chip shop. And their law firm was down. They contacted Tolepai, Louis Tautolo, who was the manager of Air New Zealand, down at the bottom of Queen Street. So between all this roundabout way of Tamar, we had 21 families that went and 24 children. Our trip, when we left in July, we were accompanied by a rep from Air New Zealand. He made sure, because there were so many children, they made sure that we were well looked after. When we left here throughout the night, it was an overnight trip, we were fed continually through the night. When we arrived in LA, the reps from San Diego were there. He took us, introduced them, and then left. You don't get them now, do you? They don't do the 20 trips anymore. From LA to San Diego, it takes 2 hours. When we got to San Diego, at the Manasseh at the time, o le sunga le tua ina ya whafawina, ma le whale tua ya tui. We went to where we were slept, and we all stood outside and we thought, the kids came out and said, Mommy, Daddy, man, there's no bed and there's no chairs. And I thought, oh, this is America. So are we going to sleep on the floor? That's exactly what we did. The most memories that I had of Peka, she was the eldest of that group, and she was the nanny to everybody. The mothers make sure that Peka was Peka here, Peka here. She organized the kids' shower, she organized the uniform, she organized everything. Sometimes I hear Taimali say, "Ele amai ngā Peka kau singi kamiki, ngā amai Peka kau si maua." And the most memorable incident that I know from we and those who went on that trip remember, the night of our farewell entertainment, that's the night somebody hit Ulu's ukulele. And the people that were responsible, Reverend Peru Tuai, Reverend Apalele Ifano, ia labe ai nephew, ia labe ai foi mawhaumui, ia aolonga anko, Missy Lee, who was the secretary, Sewalunga, Aumetangi, and everybody. Ia foi labe ai masio mātou ina. E o mai lea so, e le iloa po aina a veanga le ukulele a skoing. Ma toe su alanga ukulele i le flima, i le swap meet San Diego mātou i o mai. Or from San Diego to San Francisco, we went there, and then we went on to Seattle, and then some of them crossed Alaska. It was a wonderful trip. The kids bonded, and we saw everything, you know. Counting on my mouth, like, oi, oh. Yeah, because our motorway here is no way to the freeway over there. And the memories that I have of Pekka, she was always there, looking after the kids. But what made me really sad, after each performance we did, we gave the money that we collected, and we collected heaps. They gave it out to each family. And I thought, oh, okay. Malia said the other day to Pekka, Pekka, so-and-so. Pekka said, it's all right. And that was what Pekka did. She just did it. Our next trip to LA was 1999. And if I asked that crowd over there, they would say that was the best trip of the lot. And to us parents, it was. Because now our children have gone to work, and we've got the money, and they carry our bags. We We arrived again in San Diego, and this time it was o le sunga a Fafowina, le o le alo le sunga ia Setu Solomona. Him and his wife were the ministers there. For those of you who are interested in the Whakasa, that particular church in San Diego was the first the Whakasa congregation, Samoan, in the whole of America. So from there, we went to San Jose. And that was because Taftolu, Faituea Karite, that was her family. The program in San Jose was every morning, the bands would come and take us to the flea market. San Jose is one of the biggest flea market in the whole of California. You can buy a car, you can buy the household, you can buy anything. It's huge. And right down, we didn't go to buy a car, we didn't have enough money, but we went to buy the mangoes. You can get a whole bucket for about $2. And the esses and the pineapples. So anyway, when we loaded the van, these mothers put their kids. And I said, "Lame aveka mai ki le free market." Amai, "O ye le fai ko se o kama." Ele laka sesi and all those excuses. So that's what happened. And sometimes Pekka came with us just to see that her mum has some money to buy something. So after our first week, second week, we had breakfast, and these kids go every day to because their mothers go and that. So Taftolo said to us, "Ia la sui ka ko program taiao nei. Umalole to malul taiao. Go and get ready, but back some clothes because we're going to stay overnight." A family out. I'm sorry to the ones with young children. The children are not allowed. Oh, you should. The minute I've told to close his mouth, you hear the, oi family out. Eko ia Peka matina mamema. And I said, who? They said, Elea eko ia Peka matina mamema kamaiki. Well, I heard my daughter moaning at the back, but Mema said, I'll help. So anyway, we packed the bag, and Pekka was crying. And I looked at Pekka and I said, don't worry. And Taimalia said, Pekka, kakeo. Pekka said, no. Okay, ngofo e vai ka maiki. So Pekka makes sure her mum has some money, and she, in her heart, her responsibility was looking after all these kids. And so when we said goodbye, you know, it's funny. The only one that was crying was Pekka. The kids were jumping up and down, waving to their parents. I'm sure they're saying good riddance because now they're going to have a ball. Where we were going, it's Reno. Taftolo told us when we were planning the trip that Reno is where his family is. But little do they know that Reno is Las Vegas is the biggest gambling thing, and Reno is also in the state of Nevada. So when I look back and I saw Pekka crying and Taimalia crying next to me, I thought, here was a girl who listened to the other old ladies, but not sort of their mother. But Pekka, like one of her brothers said, she loved children. And so she stayed behind. And I had more respect for Pekka like that. When that crowd over there, most of you think I made Pekka cry. Yes, I did. But I didn't make Pekka cry when she was a kid. I made Pekka cry when she was the pianist here in our hall. In the mid-70s, the Aotearoa on the whole of Auckland had the games like our secretary said, the choirs, the anganu'u, and the Christmas plays. And so Tamar did a play for us. And in that play, we had a song. So when we were practicing the night before the big competition, we had a choice and a set piece. We came down and Pekka said, thank you very much for singing, everybody, we'll see you tomorrow. I said, Pekka, we're not together. When Pekka's hand went up Some of us went, when Pekka's hand went down, somebody said, we're not together, Pekka. And it's a competition. She cried, her mother cried. I was very popular that night. I had nothing but abuse finished to me. So I said, Pekka, we were taught by the late Peter Tanaloa. We go out, we give the best of the best. So we stayed back for another hour and we mastered it. So afterwards I went up to Pekka and I said, Pekka, I know you can do better. And she just looked at me, we hugged each other and we went. The next day, we had two churches that we were competing against, Avondale and Otara. And when the result came out, I went and hid in the kitchen because I thought, if we come last or second or third, we always come first. I'm going to be the worst mother in the church. I was hiding behind that post in the kitchen, and all I heard was, Newtone first. I looked up and said, thank you, Lord. The first person that came up and hugged me was her uncle Faumui, and he was crying, because he's another crybaby in the family. And then Pekka and her mom and everybody came. That's my memory of Pekka. We were taught by the best, and she gave her best. On the 31st, when the city council, I'm being back here, when the city council wanted to prepare something for the Auckland City for Christmas, they contacted Peter Sua because they knew that he would come in and put his input. And so they formed the first Christmas in the Park, and Pekka was part of that team. So if anybody says, anybody from Newton with a foundation member of Christmas in the Park, you can all put your hands up. On the 31st of March, I came to the Okalavo for the first time. I hadn't been since COVID, and Pekka played. Her song was 360 and 154. After she played, I came over and I said, Pekka, do you remember? And she said, I'll never forget, Mama. That was the song that the late Reverend Sio, the late John Meyer Brown, and the late Ulu did to open the first Aotearoa Christmas play upstairs. But on the night of the performance, just before we start, Peter Sua walked in, and Tamar came in and said, you two go and help the bass, Peter will play. And so we did. Once Peter touched that piano, it was a different atmosphere. And when we sang, Pekka cried and she said to me, Mama, they gave it their best. Now I'll rewind back, and this is it. I came to the choir that night, and afterward we went down there. We played games, and then we went outside to say goodbye. We were the only one left. Everybody had gone. Marcele hugged us and kissed us, and she went up the road. She came by herself. Whenai was waiting for Pekka on the other side, and it was just John and us. She hugged all the children, myself, and we said goodbye. As she crossed the road to Whenai, the children were calling, bye, Auntie Pekka, we loved you. And that is our memory of Pekka. That is how we saw Pekka, walking across the road. I will end my Molimau with 154. Get it up, get it up. Okay, I know all you people down there knows. So 154, verse, and this song is all about Pekka, it does everything. So this is from us to you, Pekka. 154. Lo lavai. Lo lavai.
Of Taylor Bloor, real quick, le sunga tai tai, pa ia male malu au fia, a inga ngalua, tinaya tai malie, me se lava le whanau. Lata iso John, so tasio le whanau ale ka le sia. Real quick, la una lava le vele le fala. E lua lava meo te tau talai, o mea e tāua, ma whai ma awa onga mo wau. From Peka. Two things that are really, really key for me in terms of Peka's life and that I've taken on board. I lona ola soifua, ma lona ola tautua, ma lona ola ngalui. Number one, o Peka tangata e whaamahoni ma whaatuatua. O Peka foi le tangata usi tai. Peka was faithful and Peka was obedient. Peka was faithful, and so whether worship group, prayer group, women's group, Zoom group, this group, that group, Peka was involved. And so she'd always turn up to things. And so there was one time we did a Ainga challenge. It's an 8-week challenge, fitness challenge. I ran it. And on the registration night, the night before we started the exercise program, we had a registration form. The question on the bottom that was really important was, do you have any health concerns, risks or injuries? And Peka, I can't remember how many lines and lists she had, and I kind of say, Peka, what's wrong, man? And she goes, she had everything wrong with her with a bandage in there, but she kept turning up. And so the training was, we'd take them to hills, mountains, stairs. There's a hill over here by a low decile school. And then we ended up, and there was one particular one was the bullet track. And the bullet track, the Friday night before that training, it was pouring. With rain. My wife actually asked me to postpone it or cancel. I said, nah, we'll find out who really wants to turn up. And so we turned up, 7:15, this little Suzuki-looking car turned up, and it was Peka in the pouring rain. And so we did the bullock track. We were going up and down the bullock track. I was coming down, she was going up. And I said, keep going, sister, keep going. And, Peka, she was like, this is hard. I'm tired. And, it was pouring with rain. She goes, I need a drink. And I was like, Peka, it's raining. Open your mouth. Keep going. Think of Jesus. But she finished it. There's a really cool picture on our training with us at the bottom of this hill at the end of that training with Peka with her two fingers. So Peka just kept turning up. And I loved when Peka would turn up, she'd always bring people with her. Whether that was Soli, if it wasn't Soli, it was Anna Tammy. If it wasn't Anna Tammy, she'd bring mum. If it was a mum or someone from South Auckland. But Peka would always bring people with her. So I loved that she was whamaoni and she was whaatutua. She was faithful as. The other one, Peka was obedient. Almost to the point where she was a bit square, which was really cool for me because Peka didn't like to break rules. I'd like to fly real close to the edge. I think Peka would like to ask for permission. I'd like to ask for forgiveness later. And so Peka goes, John, I think we need to check with the parents. John, maybe we've got to check the rules, whether we are allowed to do things or not. And for me, I found it perfect because she was almost the opposite of me. And when it really came clear for me that Pekka would always follow the rules was when we went to America. We went to America, and we ended up in the last leg of that trip was in Long Beach. We stayed at a church in Long Beach, literally inside the church is where we slept. And Lawrence was living in America at the time. And so we hadn't seen him in a long time. Lawrence turns up. Remember, this is end of the 90s, LA. And so Lawrence looked like he was part of a boy group, boy band, you know, the baggy jeans with the baggy t-shirt, his cap side was a gold chain. He had an accent, even though he only been in America a couple of weeks. Shots fired. But Lawrence turned up and everyone's like, yeah, Lawrence is here. Yeah, happy to see you. And we're like, Lawrence, what are you up to, man? He goes, I came to take yous out. I want to show yous LA. And so everyone's like, oh, Lawrence is going to take us out. And Pekka comes in, she goes, Lawrence, the faith elves and the Low said, we're not allowed to leave the church. So no one is leaving. We're all going to stay here. So if you want to hang out, you hang out here in the church. And when it's time for us to go to bed, you're going to have to go. Okay? No one's leaving. I look at Lawrence and I was like, yeah, sure, man. We're staying. And so poor Lawrence turns up to take his sister out. He ends up taking out Andy, Tina, and John. And we end up going out into LA. We went to Norm's, Went to Norm's, had steak and all that kind of stuff. Remember where this church was? The church was a big gated one with chains and locks, and it was quite strict being LA. But we ended up eating and hanging out till about 1, 2 in the morning. And we were like, hey, we need to go back to the church. So we get back to the church, all the lights are off, the gates are locked, and it's those gates with the big pointy things with padlocks on. And I'm like, all right, fine. I managed to climb over the fence, and then I had to finally try to get into the church. Went right around the whole church. I found a window that was open in the bathroom, so I went to open the window. I know, jumping fences, jumping in windows, now what I do for a job, eh? So I managed to climb into the bathroom, and I started trying to walk quietly through the bathroom, and all I heard was, Malo John, and I looked to the side of me, and it was Matua'ao, Timo, who was sitting there. And two things of immediate concern to me. One is that this man is awake in the middle of the night. Two, he's sitting there with the door open. Not too sure what it's up with you guys, old people with doors, but you got to close these things. But I ended up going inside the church. I let Tina in. We hug and we say goodbye to Lawrence, and then we sort of sleep the night. The next morning, though, we go to breakfast. I walk past Guillermo. He looks at me and gives me that little nod. Your secret's safe with me, son. And then I see Pekka, and she looks at me. She goes, you guys didn't go out, did you? And I was like, no, of course we didn't. So then she goes, I'm so disappointed. You wait till I hear from Lawrence. I'm going to call Lawrence. I'm going to call Lawrence. And I thought, man, she's so square. And then she goes, you guys could have been hurt. And I, you got to come in with those ones. And she goes, you guys could have been hurt. So I understood the rules because she just wanted to make sure people were okay. People were looked after, and not only us, but the church and the malanga. And so she kind of cared in that way around keeping to the rules. So those are two things I remember about Pekka. Te ngata usitai, te ngata e whaamaoni ma whaatuatua. Te malie, e whanau. Ianga leima leo lofa lea tua. O whita umele e seta. O leo tū leo seta o le malui ma le toi tū, le tātou uli ma le tātou whaola. O te manatu o mulimule ane, e Pekka, maliu ia tātou au toi tū. I lana nofuang, I lunga ma lana tamā. Te manatu fo e lau pese la ua lako ukulele. And that funny action at the end of the sasa that Ulu made us do as well. Pekka, manui e lau malanga ma sister. Whaamangalo mai ina ule mo se au au, po se whaiwhi au, po se ali leo leo e famous o tō lua. Solly, tapena masauni, man. We got a pulo kalame that's going to be PRC Bachelorette. Fatawi, you're next, man. We're going to need all the help we can get, so I'll tell you what. And I will bless the Lord, oh my soul, and all that is within me. Bless His holy name, holy name, His holy name. And I will bless the Lord, oh my soul, and all that I manuila le tātou sauninga. O ala upu se se I manu ave whale tō whinga. I manuila le tātou po ono Iesu. Amen. Sorry, there's a vehicle, a Nissan Pulsar, JBB 795. JBB 795.
First and foremost, I need to talofa. I need to acknowledge the church ministers here, the Ecclesia here at Newton. Last week, Herbert rang me out of the blue and said, can I return his water blaster? And he was very apologetic when he asked me. And I had to point out to Herbert that I'd held on to that water blaster for about 7 months. And it was I that needed to apologise to him. When I turned up at the family home, Herbert was out the back with the weed eater and saw me coming and did the double take. And then Pekka's mother came to the door and was ushering me to come in. And she asked me, who are you? And how do you know my daughter? My name is Russell Soa. I'm the last surviving son of my late father, Tangalo Iumalo Soa. My mother's name is Yaneta. Her maiden name is Samuelu. She's 90 years old, and she's from the village of Awhenga. My wife is Catholic, and she works for MSD. And so Peka and Soli, in terms of their work, would interface with her agency. And one thing led to another, and my wife came home very excited and said, we need to go to choir. And I said, what are you talking about? We need to go to choir. I've talked to Peka and Soli, and they've invited me to come to this new choir that's being formed by your brother. And I was extremely reluctant because, like Lawrence, I did the big exit. I did the big exit once I've done my time here at church in terms of youth choir and the intermediate choir and boys brigade and Bible class. I thought I'd done my time. And so I was extremely reluctant, and she dragged me along to these practices. And I'm so glad she did, because it reconnected me with my Newton family. It reconnected me with my faith, reconnected me with my late brother, Tangalo Peter. And it's one thing as a child because there's quite a few years gaps between myself and Pete, and you're just looking up at this guy and just in awe as a child. But as you grow older, you're still looking in awe, but you can appreciate the genius. You can appreciate it. And so I owe it to Peka and Soli and to the sisterhood, because the sisterhood is real, for bringing me along. That's essentially all I wanted to share, because all the other bits have been done. So as you know, I come from a very musical family. So I'm going to do a little besi. But please appreciate the fact that I go flat for a reason. I sing out of tune for a reason. Heartache, I've had my share of heartache, but I'm still here. Trouble, I've seen my share of trouble, but I'm still here. Bruises, I've taken my lumps and bruises, but I'm still here. Loneliness, I've had my share of loneliness, but I'm still here. Through it all, I made it through. Another day's journey, God kept me here. I made it through another day's journey, God kept me here. Whaftai tele lava, manuia lava lo malanga, sister. Whaftai.
o le whaitauina o le whiong pa ia lo tātou ari. A oa le tus whaitau, mai salamu, varus fu mariva, whaitauina le whai umomua e whaangata mai le wha. Whafong mai le whaitauina o whiong pa ia. O le alofa mai o Iova o te pese ai lava e whaavavau. O te whailoa atu, i lo ngutu, lo whamaoni lea tūpulanga ma lea tūpulanga. O wana o whapea, e atina e Iova, atina e lea lofa e whaavavau lava. O le langi lava, o te whaatuma wina i ai lo whamaoni. O mao sia le whiangainga ma leena o filfilia. Na o tautou lava i a tā vita la o auna. O te whaatuma wina lau whanau e whaavavau lava. O te atina e foi lo nofo alii i lea tūpulanga ma lea tūpulanga. I whamanui mai lea tua i tātou whaitau mwharongolongo. Ina na whionga ma i ate i pero na viinga le i o le whaavavau. Amen.
La tātou whaamaulalo no mo le atua te talo. Le atua sisiri e se no mātou te mai whaamavau. Le atua lava laua fio le langi, ma le laro langi. Le atua o mālo mātunuu, o lanu mangangana. Le atua o ainga, le atua o tangata uma. O e uaola, atoa fo i mai uoti. O mātou iai le nea fiafi wha moe moe, o le nei sauninga whale ainga. Mātou te mōli mau, ma saafi, ma manatua i pea. Lau me alofa tā ua na e fua i mai mo ainga. O lau e kāle sia, o le nei atunuu, ma tangata umalava. Sa mawhai o na pai atu iai le au aunanga. Ma le ngā luenga sa whenga iai ma le tua whawhine, o le uso. Ia Peka Manase. Mātou te whaaftai le li e pena mātou mōli mawina le nea fiafi. Le ngata i lona soifua au auna. Lona soifua tautua. Lona soifua ofo i nātu. Ai sili sili ai. Lona soifua whātua tua. Sa ia ngalue ai ma tautua ai. Le ngata mo tangata uma, o lona nuu, lona ainga, o le nea tunu. Ai mai se lava, mō la ua fio le li e. We offer you praises and thanksgiving, God, for your precious gift in the form of Pekka Manasseh, for your life of service, dedication, commitment, and your life of faith. O mea uma lava ua lelei, ma mea uma ua mātango fie, sa ma whaona whaatino ina i la ua auna nei, a soifua maulai, ia whaima vi inga o laua fio. Ma ia o atili e fo ia i mātou o whātatoe. Ina ia mātou i loa le tāua o lo mātou ola wha maoni. Ma lo mātou ola ngā lulua i laua fio, a o maua le avanoa, a o maua le ona. Ia mātou te whaaftai le li i. Mātou teritonu, o mea uma sa ma whai ona whai e le awhine, ma le tua whawhine. Ma fua no laua fio. We are so forever thankful for how she connected everyone, not only between their families and their friends and their loved ones, and especially how she reconnected most of us to you. Ia mātou te whaaftai le li e. Mātou teritonu, o le ngā luenga lea le mana o le nganga o laua fio. Sa e tau tua luaina lau au auna. Sa ngā lua e foi mo i mātou umalava. Sili sili la mātou whaaftai o no lo walo pelo i asu ke riso. Pero sa mātou whamnatuina o na puapua ngā o lona maliu, au lona toi tū manu malo. Wa vea lava lea ma whaamue moe mo i mātou o tangatanga sala. I lo manuia, ma lo malo i leo lai whaavau. Pe a mātou sala mō. Mātou whātua tua, ma tari tonu i laua fio. I laua fio pēle vi inga o whaamanu ma le whanetanga. Nei se iau o le whaavau. Au mātou te talo, le wha moe moe le nei afiafi. Ia iai pēr le nganga wha maisi. Le nganga wha mawhana whanau lau fio. Le ngata ilo mātou tina ia tai mālie wharanginga.
E mai se le whanau i ona tuangane mo na uso. Le paia o ainga e fia o ana uo ma au mema mai. O le neifo e ka le sia i neutoni. Ai mai se o e uma sa paia tu ai le ngā ruenga ala o au nei. So we ask for your spirit of comfort to be on every one of us here tonight. Mātou tu nātu i lau a fio, wha moe ona to e sauninga, le aso lumana iai. Iai le nganga o lau a fio. Ini a whātaunu ina, whātoa ina, a iai ulevi inga o lau a fio. Ia saunia i mātou, wha moe to le nea fiafi. Se upu a mātou whaalongolongo iai lau au no whiwhiria. Tala mātou whaalongo. I manino fo ilo mātou whaalongo. Au wha mawhanwhana, mo i mātou E mātou te tālo e whamanui e rau au na leo a wea mataitai. Whamanui e pa ia o ainga e fia uoma au me maima i mātou O e ua whaava noa mai o lātou teimi tāua. Mātou te mōli mawina le nei sauni inga tāua. Whamangalo i mātou se se. Whamangalo lau au auna i ona vaivainga. O mātou te tālo ia. Whaatasi ma le telo te tālo lilo i o mātou roto. Mātou te ofo i nau mātou. Ia whaia pēlo whinangara. Ai leo no lo mātou whātau anau. E ale ilo suafa Iesu o mātou ole ma wala au atu nei lava. Amen.
Nuu mai ana po o le se leo ia le melea ia tau fale tonu le leo le faila uma ia lava lo to na sa ia le tau fai tu pe o le la unga ile sua fo malo le tu le tama le alo ma le ngang to ia mo wol ma tu ile salamu e valus fluiva Eu pumo mua ma le feu pe fa pe ona feita wina. O le alofa mai o le alii o te pese ai lava e fa vavau. O te fa ilo atu ilo umutu lo fa maoni le tu pulanga ma le tu pulanga. O te fa tu mawina lo fa nau e fa vavau lava. O te ati na e fo ilo no fo ali. I le tu pulanga ma le tu pulanga. I will sing of the steadfast love of the Lord forever. With my mouth, I will make known your faithfulness to all generations. I will establish your offsprings forever and build your throne for all generations. O puia wa filifili ia lo. Ma wa fatasi le feu mua ma le feu pe fa. O le lau pepa al salamu e valus fuluiva le sa faita wina. Le nao le atau mawhai atu se upo le nei fiafi. E o ina ua vela le fala. Ua la talata lava ina mu le fala. Mua. O le tupulanga. Generations. O le alofa mai o le alii. O te pese ai lava e whavavau. O te whailo atu ilo ngutu, lo whamaoni lea tupulanga, ma lea tupulanga. Whaupo e wha, o te awina atu foi, ma ti ia elo no foali i lea tupulanga, ma lea tupulanga. Tupulanga, o le ala vai o ngā luenga wha wau lea tua. Ngā luenga, wha wau lea tua. Generation is the walkway of God's work for life. E le se me ngata mai ai. Le mana whaali o le atua. Ai whaau pe iluma. Steadfast love of God is forever. E le ngata fo ilai le tunga mau. E ai. E sopoloa i talatu. O le malanga le maliu mare oti. Tupulanga a pese le faisalamo ma whaamatala le uputupulanga, o lona winga, o lo tala no le whaisalamo, I le atua e whaawau. Ioi, le atua e whaawau. The continuing love of God. Le atua e le aise amatanga, e le ai fo se ngataanga. Ia o le atua e whaawau le ola. E whaawau ana ngā luenga. E le se mea whai ngō fiela. Le pese I aso whapenei. Whai ngā tātele. Ai fo e fia pese, whaatasi mani loi mata. E le maa sani o no whaatasi me ia e lua. E ai, pese ai tangi. Salamo le fo linga o se salamo o se tangata tinga ina le pese lea. No one wants to sing with tears. Ai ui ai na tinga ina. Fatu pese lea I lau whaalongo ma lau whaitau e tinga ina ala e pese. E ma fatia fia fia. E tinga ina ma polonga sa afi. Ele o ngata lona whale o ina. O le ola vivi I le atua. E wha pia fo I mori mau I lau whalongo longo I le neia fiafi. E ui ala wala au o le atua ia Peka. Ele o ngata lo tau soifua vivi I le atua. A al fesili la fea. Fea e fatu mai ai le nei tua inga vi inga. Pe a fai o lea tinga ina. Ma nei ai o le amatanga o le salamo le. Le fa pea mai ai fai salamo. O le alofa mai o le alii. O le alofa mai o le alii. Steadfast love of God. Le tina taima alie. O tau le whanau a inga I tu te tele mai tu whalangi langi. Pa ia o le kalesia. O le tua whina ia Peka ma ainga. O le alofa leo le alii. O le alofa mai leo le atua. Peka is the steadfast love of God. The love of God through you and our family and all of us. Le atua fo ai tangata. Fo ai tangata e awala mai ai lona alofa I ainga. So se me alofa le atua. Se me au ngā. So I fua sa au ngā. I le tina. Tua ngane. Mauso. Tani tonu. E fo tātou whalongo longo sa au ngā I ainga. Ai maise o le kale sia ma woma e masani a Peka. Whaalinga lea. Whaalinga lea o lea lofa tū noa o lea tua I ainga. Amu ia. Amu ia la ainga. Amu ia e kalesia na foa I eise tangata e ali ai. Fo linga mamalu o lea tua. Ali eilo na mana. Le tiwa a whaiane le whaisalamo. O te fia pese. Tu salava pena o tinga aina. E ngole. O lea lofa o lea tua I te tawe na pese. Pese nei. Pese tae au. Pese I talatu o le tunga mauma le oti. Pese I lea au tu ngā tupulanga. Ma lea au ngā tupulanga. Sing through generations to generations. Leo whātutoe o ili tina. Whātutoe Manase, Herbert, Anne, Soli, Lawrence mau tō whānau. Tō tele. Ngana al whaisalamo. O le ngana e matua whaamatanga I le fili o le atua I le larolangi. Fili o le atua o le me ingo o le oti. Na te tau mawhai e ave ese le whaamavau o le atua. Ia le isiale nei me te tau ni tātou I loa. A whaamatala le atua. E whaamatala I lona whaamavau. God is forever. God's love is not only when we are alive. No, His love is beyond death. Le atua la lea le muta. Whaawau pea. Sila fo I le whaawau ina. E le ngata e whaawau I au ngā tupulanga o lalo nei. Ai na au wina mai. Lo nā lo pelo Jesu Keriso. ina ia muta i le lalolangi le nei, ana mea alofa ma whaalinga o lona alofa. A ia sopo i le langi, lo tō soi fua ma lo tātou wola. Leo toi mea tō tino la a inga, le tō fine lea. Wa leo toi mea tō tino ana wōma a inga, e o oi le kalesia, e ai. Ua mea tō tino a le langi. We celebrate Easter just a few days ago, the resurrection of our Lord. In other words, it tells us God's love is forever in us. Ioi, e a ngai pe iluma. E a ngai pe iluma lo tau soifua ma lo tātou wola ma ia tātou whatua tua. Le atua liu tino tangata. Le tuunga mau le asauni e mafuli a ua langa ina ile manu malo le atua. Whapea ne aile wa yaso tua na. Ua tau nuu. Ua whaile nei mo oe. Waso whainga tāne, ele tātou mawhitanga mo Peka. A wao toi aso ua tui nā atu. Ia ona tui nā atu leo lona tino le tunga mau. Le whamalosi. Tu Peka se i alu. Let her go to God and our God. Alu e mafuta mo lo tātou watua. Na au wina mai le me alofa. Aia, tātou no nofo. Whāwau e au tau, uso mo tuangane o Peka le soi fualo o tau tina. Le kalesia a inga i tū te tele mo i tū taulangi. Whāwau whaalinga ese o le mamalu. O le sili ese o lo tātou matai. O le rofa mai o le alii. O te pese ai lawa e whāwawau. E whailo atu lo ngutu lo whamaoni le tupulanga ma le tupulanga. Whatumawina lo whanau e whawawau lava. O te awina atu mati na e foi lo nofo ali. Ia i le tupulanga ma le tupulanga. Whamawhanawhana i tinata i maalia mo le whanau. Manuia le malanga a Peka, manuia le nei au fia.
For the celebration that we have shown with our hearts, in our singing, in our sharing, in our eulogy, in our testimony, in the reading of the God's word, in the prayer, and also the good news that we have heard from Toina Whaingata. May God continue to heal and comfort us as we grieve for the loss of our beloved Soli. Let us stand and sing our concluding hymn, hymn 111. 111. Good. Malo support. Benediction, go in peace, be steadfast in faith and hope that God will renew our broken hearts so we can offer to each other and to God all praises and thanksgiving now and forevermore. Amen.
Service, sunga ki a kongo ya Peka langi Manasseh. Sunga whawhengaina, ma rōre whai o whai. Kai ka tenga, mola ngonga po ni mawhanga. Ringe ia whiawhi, i le upu mamanga. Tago wha uinga male tinu male kusi. Kusi pa ia le atua mātou suku ai. E re koe kere sa mako kawa, te sa ngoa sunga whawhengaina ua mu le whau. Ai ngā paulea. Whaakai ke lau arofa ngia le kua. Maua pēr ko whawha le kua. Mako whapea pulea. A mai a I ka ko sāwari wari aku. I le ho, ua sāu ngia le aukala wōwar ki a isi Minton. Ka ko ki mo ngia pia. For the non-Samoan speaking people, I just want to say thank you on behalf of Taimarie and the two families. And welcome you next door for quick cup of tea, and then we say our final words. And yeah, it's getting really late, so thank you very much. Yeah.
Well, I reckon it was
God of our nation.